Let's just get started so I can get this out of my teeth.
I like when I call myself a dumb, stupid idiot who messed up.
What?
Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson has been on.
That's the second most important tech story. Let's get to it.
So Tucker Carlson, he's calling himself dumb, stupid, goofy, and he's basically saying, hey, folks, America, I messed up. And I want you to watch this clip.
You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, but the question does
say I'm sorry.
present itself immediately, like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
Yes.
But it didn't, there are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character. It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the norm, actually, these days, I would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot. I don't have especially high character, right? But, you know, you try to, whatever, you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Okay, there's so much to unpack here. I don't even know where to attack it. But
we should at least explain, the context building up to this. What are the key things that he is super pissed about?
The key things, I mean, the dam that broke was the Iran war.
Yeah.
Because obviously Trump, on his way into office, promised no new wars, nothing in the Middle East. And Tucker Carlson, apparently behind the scenes, was a big person urging Trump not to go to this war. He said it'll injure.
But like the question that I have to ask here, and Levy to Adric as well, is that like, did like the continuation of aiding Israel's genocide in Gaza not count as like a new war and a break of that promise, and kind of position the MAGA base who are like, this is too far, in a little bit of an interesting position? So we're in this video just now to get on Twitch. Oh, hello.
Your presidency.
I want to see what the libs are saying about Tucker Carlson's apology, because I gave my take yesterday, so I'm curious where they fall.
But and also like in the lead up to Trump being elected, right? Talked about foreign wars. It's like a big thing that has been this huge mistake.
Hundreds of times, yeah.
Yeah, so that's been like a big value for him. I mean, I'm not deeply familiar with Trump's Tucker's talking points, but
we are only 1 year into this administration, and we are only.
It's actually incorrect. We are actually 5 years in to Trump's administrations holistically. I don't know why we're positioning like Trump 2 as somehow different than Trump 1. Right? He was a no new wars president in 2016 as well. He said all the same things he was saying in 2024 in 2016 when he was running. And so you have to understand that like this shift is completely disingenuous and kind of just seeing the way that the winds are blowing and kind of moving the sails in that direction. Right? He's not having a awakening of character and acknowledging his place in the role in all this. He's positioning himself for potential maybe running for president himself, or to try to grift off of this off of this energy the MAGA base is feeling against Trump. Right? He's positioning himself as the counter figure to Trump's MAGA movement. It's completely cynical. He doesn't care about any of this stuff.
I mean, months removed from vehement vocal support and vehement double down defense and vehement attacking of his critics. And so, I mean, I guess I'm glad he's like saying something to the effect of like, I'm sorry, I have some responsibility here. But even that apology was so diffuse. It's like, there's millions of us. How could we have known? I think the line where he said, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. It's like a small throwaway line, but that's like the whole unlock here. That's the whole key that makes it feel so frustrating, because that's what makes it so obvious from the beginning that Trump is an asshole. Like, it's so obvious since 2016 that anyone...
And like Tucker Carlson knew this though. Like Tucker Carlson in private was calling Trump a buffoon, calling him an idiot, calling him stupid. So it's not that Tucker Carlson didn't know and there were signs that he ignored them. There were signs and he purposefully and willfully pushed those aside in order to garner some power because he saw Trump was popular. He hitched himself to a popular wagon that he knew would eventually come down, but he hoped that he could take him up the hill a little bit further, you know? And that's kind of all it was.
Can see that this, like, you just hear him talk. You just know he's dumb. Like, he's, the way he speaks and the things he chooses to do and his background and the litany of scams he's done in New York and the people he's defrauded along the way and all these things are a testament to character, and they just make you go, okay, probably don't trust him on this one. But then you get these like pieces from Tucker Carlson where he's just acting like it's just we could not have seen this coming. We just couldn't.
Yeah, he's
and that's
lying.
what's frustrating because it wasn't that hard. It just wasn't.
No, he's lying. This is what Tucker Carlson wants. Tucker Carlson wants you to believe that he was led astray and that he's stupid. No, he's a lying grifter. This is all calculated. Right? If anything, I would say Marjorie Taylor Greene is more in the stupid category. Somebody who was genuinely led astray by the MAGA movement. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Space Lasers Green, right? That's who I would put in the stupid category. Tucker Carlson has been a paid propagandist, right, for the right wing for decades. He knew that Trump was dumb. He's on record saying in 2015 that Trump was stupid and dumb. He knew this. He did not then get led astray by Trump and then voted for him and supported him for 6 years because of that, right? He instead was like, okay, Trump is stupid and Trump is dumb, but he's useful and he's popular, and I can hitch my wagon to him to make myself more popular as well. And now that he's no longer popular, he can be like, oh man, what a dumb decision of me. I'm a little dummy head. And then get no responsibility for actually, supporting Trump, even though he knew what Trump was about. And that's before even getting to the fact that he's still a racist. He's still a racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, loser. He's a propagandist, separately from his adherence to Trump. Why am I watching Lemonade Stand? Because I'm curious what the liberals think. Are you not a little bit curious about what the liberals think? And so, I don't know, I'll give them a 40% so far, right? Maybe 50%. Maybe you get half points for this, right? But, you have to understand that Tucker Carlson's kind of playing you. Because he's trying to come across as a buffoon, right? When he says, man, I just didn't know. Maybe we're kind of dumb. And you're like, yeah, you're dumb. That's what lesson is. Lesson is not, I can see what you're doing. Right? It's like, if you're a woman, you know this concept, but weaponized incompetence, right? How some men will you ask them to do dishes, they'll be like, I'll do the dishes, fine. Where's the soap at? I don't know. I don't even know where the soap is kept. Kind of something like that, right? It's like they can effectively do the dishes, but they pretend like they can't in order to get away with the responsibility of doing that. That's what Tucker Carlson is doing here, right? Tucker Carlson could acknowledge the actuality of his racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic past and how that ties in to him supporting Trump because it's politically advantageous for you. Yeah, weaponized incompetence. Is that what I said? I remember what I said. That's the concept I'm talking about, right? But he's not doing that. I did not see the chat advisor's rage.
Hard to see. I wasn't excited in any way about Kamala Harris. I'll just say I wasn't. I said it on my own stream. I was like, but it can be worse, and it was worse, and it wasn't hard to figure that out. It wasn't, and so I think these people, it feels much.
And also, I don't know if HR just is just like too naive to the way Republicans vote. They didn't vote for Trump because they thought it would be better. They didn't. They may lie or to themselves that that's the case. They voted for Trump because he was racist. That's most of Trump's base. They voted for Trump because he's racist, he's transphobic, he's Islamophobic, he's a mover and shaker, and partially because he actually appealed to people's material conditions. Democrats don't do that. Right? So when he was saying all the right things, I think a lot of them knew that he was lying about it, but they didn't care because at least he was saying it. Because in their mind, all politicians are liars, right? Yeah, of course Trump's lying to me about something, but at least he's saying the right things. My life sucks under the economy, and Democrats are saying Bidenomics is working, and we don't need to change anything, and actually all of our key metrics are super high, and you may not have a job, but your unemployment doesn't matter, and stuff like that, right? And so that combined with the bigotry that they're being fed by the Republican Party all kind of leads into the idea that, you know, sorry, that was stuff in my teeth. That they voted for Trump.
More to me,
They voted for him because he was an awful person just like them. Exactly.
that they are fleeing and obviously sinking ship now that they can no longer benefit from it, and not that they've had this incredible come to Jesus moment, because they're all doing it now. Now it's not just talking. It's Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's correct.
And it's Candace Owens, and it's Megyn Kelly, and it's
I will say, Candace Owens is a little bit different. Candace Owens started this a little bit earlier. I will say. Right, I will say Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the two that I think are genuinely, like, I don't say dumb. I think Candace Owens is dumb, but, like, I think Candace Owens was burned by her bosses at the Daily Wire. When they fired her because she was anti-Semitic, she was like, this is Israel's fault. And then once the Republicans started to co-sign Israel's genocide, they were like, Israel's bad. You know what I mean? So I think Candace Owens is a little bit different than like jumping the MAGA ship. I think she has a personal stake in like being anti-Semitic and then positioning Israel as being bad because she's anti-Semitic, right? Not because she's anti-Zionist. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think it's just dumb. And she was like, I didn't vote for this or something. I don't know how she sounds. Right? And so I think those two are in a slightly different camp than everybody else who's currently jumping ship because it's no longer popular. Like Alex Jones has lost everything. Right, his InfoWars is now The Onion. You know, you have freaking Tim Onion wearing his shirt on InfoWars. Like he's cooked. He ain't got nothing else to fight for. Tucker Carlson wants to be the president. Right, they all have something to gain from this in the first place.
you know, they're all at the same time being like, how could we have known this is, and it's like, it's just very frustrating.
Yeah, I have a bunch of different thoughts. I think there's that obvious frustration there. I think my first reaction is, of course you could have known. You're even acknowledging that you could have known. Like the writing was on the wall. But I think I don't want to overlook that the thing that really pushed people over the edge was the Iran war specifically. I think a lot of what has happened up until that point is still within the realm of support for a lot of these people that are choosing to speak up now.
Sure. Thank
they
you.
aren't looking
Thank you, Aiden. Exactly.
at the last year holistically and being like, fuck, man, this guy's been running it down the whole year.
No, they
It's
are
the-
though.
They are,
If you
yeah.
listen to them talk, they are. That's another thing. Because they're not like, listen, he just crossed the line on this Iran thing. Otherwise, I'm diehard. It's like they're using the Iran war as an opportunity to get off the ship and jettison.
No, but they're not understanding, right? He's not saying that, like, the Iran war is the only thing they care about, right? He's saying that the fact that it took the Iran war specifically shows that these people who are jumping ship they're not liberal, right? They don't care about liberal values. They did not wake up with a liberal brain chip in their mind switching on or something. They're still racist. They like his racism. They're still Islamophobic. They like his Islamophobia. They're still misogynistic. They love his misogyny, right? This is all stuff that is true. They like that part of Trump. They still like that part of Trump. The problem with it is that Trump is losing popularity because of his, war on Iran and because of his adherence to Israel. That's what it is. And they're not jumping ship because they think that stuff is bad. Even the Iran war stuff. They're jumping ship because their base thinks that stuff is bad. In the economy. Well, yeah, the economy is kind of a tangentially related to the Iran war stuff because he made gas prices so high. But also like the tariffs and stuff that weren't insanely popular. There were still Republicans who did defend it, though. You can go back to Megyn Kelly and see Megyn Kelly defending the stuff that Trump was doing up until last month. Right? There are very few instances where that wasn't the case. Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Tucker Carlson a little bit were on the forefront. Maybe if you can include the Nazis like freaking Nick Fuentes because they think that Trump wasn't anti-Jewish enough or whatever. Like those people don't count because like they're irrelevant. But like there are a few people who were actually like on the head of the curve being like, I think Trump is kind of going downhill, even though that was still for their own benefit. But everybody else are only jumping on this train because the base is no longer supporting him. They don't care about his Islamophobia. They like that he's Islamophobic. They don't care about his misogyny. They like that he's misogynistic. They don't care about his racism. They like that he's racist. They like all of this stuff. They're not liberal. And I'm not saying we can't acknowledge that they're switching sides or whatever, or at least leaving that camp. But this idea that they're radically changing their politics because they realize how bad Trump is a lie. It's a lie. Right? And that serves the purpose of scapegoating Trump as an individual because it will allow a Tucker Carlson-like figure to come in, garner all that support, and continue to do that same racist stuff. You have to acknowledge that they don't actually believe these things.
Specifically,
do you think that's the case? Okay.
Specifically, shit economy, bad jobs, all that stuff.
Sure.
They're throwing that on the bus. But also,
no, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. I'm sorry. They care about that as they're working class, but they don't care about that as in they don't blame Trump for the bad economy. Like as it pertains to like job growth or whatever. There's such a liberal mindset. He'd be like, look at how bad the job growth is. They don't care about that. If they cared about job growth, they would never vote for the Republicans ever in their life. They care about having their biases reinforced, but having their life not radically changed meaningfully. If they're fired from their job, they're like, okay, I'll accept that because that's just how America works. But if their entire family is fired from their jobs and they can't afford gas and they can't afford groceries, then they're like, I don't really like and appreciate this, right? And then on top of that, if Trump starts to start prioritizing other stuff that's not America first, then is where people are like, I don't know how I feel about this Trump guy. That's his biggest problem. The biggest problem for Trump is that they view the Iran war as us going to war on the behalf of Israel, which I can't necessarily, combat that narrative. And they see us, committing to give Israel a bunch of money in weapons. And they're like, but I'm struggling here. Why are you not helping me out? If Trump never did that, if Trump just did America first, but did everything else exactly the same, deporting immigrants and like legal immigrants as well, and like throwing people in jail and massive surveillance state. If he just did that, people would like him still. That's kind of the point.
Sorry, Mike. I literally had it in my head. It was
Quack, please don't edit
do
this out.
not.
I
Why
want
am I
the
blanking? I
Patreon
just
audience
it
to
was
have
the
to
first thing I
sit
said, and
here
I put economy in there.
And they're like,
what
this
am I
is like the
thinking of?
10 minutes they have free in a
Dude,
day,
we're so
and they're
fucking frazzled.
wasted. Their time is being ruined.
So you're not helping me think about it because you're going, well, wait, what am I thinking of?
They trusted us to be worth their time.
I don't even know what.
Oh,
we were
sorry, the
talking
Epstein files. Okay, there it was. Okay, sorry.
I
That's
never
what
would
it
have
was.
gotten there.
Why?
I never
How
would
would
have
you not
gotten
get
there.
there?
You looked at me
Okay.
as though
Yes, I saw
sorry,
Darren
as like,
Epstein
Okay,
files.
you
Okay,
continue. But I haven't.
What I'm saying is they're jettisoning him on the economy and they're jettisoning him on the Epstein files, which are again, becoming or continually being a thing that's a thorn in his side and people are angry about, and that he ran on in some way I'm gonna expose, and now is not doing that. And all this stuff is being like packaged up to be like, he has not done any of his promises. He's not what we thought he was. And I just feel like all of this was not difficult to predict.
I kind of agree and kind of don't agree. I see there's 3 points, and we have talked about the cumulative effect of these things over the course of the year, being Iran or like foreign intervention broadly, and then tying, let's say, maybe submissiveness to Israel in with Iran and like our involvement in, or like Israel's influence on American politics. That seems to be like a high. All of these things are like rolled into one kind of. And then you have economy stuff, which I actually think is the least consistent of swaying people's opinions.
True. Aiden's completely correct so far.
It's like this. And
I
then
think it's the most.
you think?
He's wrong. Adrian is so wrong and so libbed up, bro. He's so libbed up. He's so wrong. Does he talk to Trump supporters, bro? He's the only thing they care about, right, is the fact that Trump is not doing America First stuff. Trump, and again, we lived through 2016. Trump said the exact same thing about fixing the economy, and he did not fix the economy. That didn't sway anybody's mind. What did sway people's mind was Trump being positioned as not America First. That's what they care about. That's what his base harped on. When they see like, oh, well, Trump is giving Israel everything they want to. We're going to war on behalf of Israel, and now it's affecting the economy, and we don't have healthcare here, but they have healthcare. We're paying for their stuff. Stuff like that is what sticks in people's minds. It's not the fact that they can't afford healthcare, particularly. That's not getting them to switch from Trump, because they'll just blame somebody else for that. They'll blame Biden, all right? They'll blame Kamala Harris. They'll blame the Democrats, right? Or they'll say that they deserve it because they're cattle. What got through their minds was Trump's insistence to give Israel $1 bajillion. Because they're like, because they hate all foreign aid, the good one and the bad ones, right? They hate aid for Ukraine. They hate aid. They hate NATO. Like hate aid going into NATO or us giving our troops to NATO. They hate us our involvement in the UN. They hate USAID. They hate all of this stuff. And so if Trump is the guy who rallied against that stuff is now like, hey, we're going to give foreign aid $1 bajillion to Israel, then of course they're going to be like, yeah, I don't like that very much. They don't care about the economy being bad specifically as it pertains to like being anti-Trump.
It's number one.
And then you have Epstein file stuff. I don't think these.
I put Epstein files in the middle. Some people care about it a little bit. But again, it's been over. Like Trump's involvement with Epstein has been known for years. Like that's not even really moving the impact. You know? It's hard to talk about the impact of the economy because there is the economy and then there's economic realities. On the ground, Trump never fixed the economy in term 1 or 2, but I think the economic impacts are getting worse and worse for people. Yes. Right? But when H.R. brought it up, he mentioned like unemployment or like job growth and stuff like that. Republicans, like the Republican base, they don't care about that. They care about that as individuals and as people, but they don't care about that politically. They do care about the fact that we are giving $1 bajillion to Israel. I have to keep saying. They care about that politically. They care about the fact that we are funding foreign wars. Nobody likes that politically, but they will let the economy being bad slide so long as Trump is adequately racist and adequately home focused and domestic focused. The problem is that Trump is not domestic focused right now. That is their biggest issue and their biggest concern. And I don't know how Israel cannot see the fact that everybody is jumping ship right now, not because the economy is bad, but because Trump is not focused on domestic issues. Right? This is a problem that Trump and the Democrats have as well, which is that like, they're like, we're going to go fund NATO instead. Or Trump is like, we're going to go defund NATO. And people are like, nobody cares about that. Why are you so focused on NATO? And that frustrates both parties and the basis of both parties. Because they want their healthcare funded, right? And so, but what got them was not their healthcare not being funded, because they view that as normal under American policy. What got them is that the fact that healthcare is not being funded, while that same money is going to fund foreign wars and foreign intervention that both parties supports, right? Because what's being left out of this conversation is like, they're not leaving Trump to go to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is still as unpopular as Trump and the Republicans are right now, right? They're currently racing to the bottom of unpopularity. So right now, you're looking at like record numbers, voter non-turnout, right? For the midterms and then the 2028 election staying this course. Unless there was like a politician that breaks through the primary for either party that says, we're going to do something different than we usually do.
People turned on a dime like halfway through last year on the economy stuff and really took a stand
No,
until
I
these
think they're-
until these more explicit issues like the foreign war stuff.
True. I think Aiden's correct on this. I think he's completely right. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Propped up. Like, do you see what I mean? And like nobody gave a shit about the
But
immigration
they aren't actually
enforcement.
mad that we're bombing Iran. They are mad that gas prices are $4. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no. Those are not like, you can't separate those two. They are not mad that gas prices are $4. Gas prices spiked under Trump 1 too, and they stuck with him to vote for him during Trump 2. They don't care about the gas prices. They care about the fact that the gas prices are high while we are bombing Iran with our weapons, right? With our dollars. That's what they care about. They care about the prioritization of the president, right? They will deal with the gas prices being an average of $4.05, so long as Trump is like focusing on home. A perfect example of this is the tariffs, right? Trump's tariffs that are being bailed out by the government, by the way, that is not going to the consumers, but instead going to the businesses, of course, rose prices. The tariffs that Trump did skyrocketed prices for domestic manufacturing that have imports of materials from overseas. Skyrocketed prices, right? Trump got a little bit of like a hit from his base about like maybe these tariffs aren't a good idea, but overall the party defended him, right? The base defended Trump, being like, yeah, we need these tariffs are good. Yeah, we stick it to China with these tariffs, even though we're paying those prices. So it wasn't the tariffs that did it, right? In the same way that it's not the gas prices now that's doing it. It's the fact that Trump positioned the tariffs as being for America, right? He's saying, we're doing these tariffs on foreign manufacturing in order to bring manufacturing back home. And they were like, yeah, we love that. Because even though they paid more money for these prices, right, it was positioned as being pro-American, right? It was positioned as being America first. And they will deal with those high prices so long as the policy is positioned to be America first, even if it's bad for them. But when it comes to the war in Iran and defending Israel, the problem with that is that that's not being positioned as America first. It's being positioned as like Israel first. And the base sees that and it was like, listen, I know I'm paying $4 for gas, and usually I would be okay with that, but like, you're not doing this for America, and I don't like that very much. That's what they care about. That is all they care about. If Trump could have better positioned the war with Iran, the spiking of gas prices in order to benefit Americans, they would be for that, right? They would be 100% for that. A perfect example to this as a counter is the kidnapping of Maduro. The kidnapping of Maduro is also is U.S. intervention in a foreign nation, right? That was also unpopular with a lot of Republicans, but it was defended by some because Trump was like, oh no, I'm doing this to make our gas prices lower, by the way. They have a lot of oil and stuff, so we can just take that oil because Maduro doesn't like America. He's anti-American. And so his base was like, you know what? I don't know why we're over there, but like, if it makes, our oil prices lower, then I think that's good for us. As long as it can be spun as America first, his base will defend it. The war, we have Marco Rubio saying we are going we have Marco Rubio saying we are going into war on behalf of Israel, which is what he said, Americans see that, Republicans and Democrats see that, and they're like, why? Right? So I say all of that to say that it's not the economic issues that people care about specifically, right? It's the fact that Trump promised to be America first and he's not America first. That is what they care about, number one. The economic issues come number two. Epstein files comes number three, right? But number one is that Trump is not positioning whatever he's doing in Iran as being for America. That's what the issue is. All of Trump's talking points on Iran centers Iran and not having nuclear weapons in Iran, getting regime change. He marketed it as beneficial for Americans. Yeah, and Americans have have less patience for him now, and that's kind of what it is. Americans have every right to hate our tax dollars going to Israel to fund bombs. It's a money washing cycle for the buying politicians with money, and then we're sending them. It's not comparable to the foreign countries because it's a system.
Do you think that's it?
People
that doesn't fucking matter to Tucker.
Yeah, I'm sure it matters to Tucker.
No, oh my goodness, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What? Yeah, Tucker Carlson cares about economic anxiety. Tucker Swanson Fortune Carlson cares about economic anxiety and how the job market is bad right now. That's what he's caring about right now, for sure. Does he listen to anything that anybody says ever? What are we talking about? No, he doesn't. And this is the problem, is that H-Rock has a point that he has to try to back propagate and try to prove correct in every regard, even though it doesn't fit there. You cannot seriously sit there and tell me that you think that Tucker Swanson Fortune Carlson cares about how bad the economy is doing. And that's what got him to stop supporting Trump. When Tucker Carlson very clearly said in the clip that they saw that it was about him going to war with Iran. I have no words. I'm so confused.
He's not spending. What I'm making the case is that Tucker is reading the tea leaves. That Tucker is not some guy who didn't see this coming. Tucker is a guy who is recognizing that the average person, especially the Republican base, is getting more and more pissed off. That they are not.
This is true. We just disagree on what they're getting pissed off about. A-Track thinks that they're getting pissed off because their material conditions are worsening, which that's a part of it, right? But the Republican base has demonstrated historically they are willing to let that slide so long as a candidate positions themselves pro-American enough, right? Like the war in Afghanistan and the war on terror holistically was not good for Americans, right? It was bad for Americans. We sent American citizens over there to die. Not citizens, technically soldiers. American soldiers over there to die while committing war crimes and stuff. But we don't talk about that part. We've positioned ourselves in this horrible place, and we spent so much money on this foreign war when we didn't need to invade countries on false pretenses. And the U.S. base, both parties were fine with it because it was positioned as America first. It was, hey, we're doing this because of 9/11. We're doing this because of America first. And that let the base become more okay with it, because even though it was bad for them and it affected the economy negatively, right, and it enriched the weapons manufacturers, it was positioned and sold to them as an America first policy, right? Which is why Trump 1 got away with a lot of this same slack, right? Trump was way more popular than he was now during Trump 1 because he did everything touted with a veneer of America first policy making. He's not doing that now with the war in Iran. And that's why people are pissed off, right? They're like, please just lie to me. Please tell me we're doing this for America. And you have Marco Rubio being like, nope, we're doing it for Israel. And that's why people are upset.
Not feeling their quality of life improve. This is not a golden age. That it's all going poorly. And that is
But the question has to be asked, if you believe this, why now? That was the case under Trump 1. That was the case last year as well. Why now? If it's genuinely just the fact that their life is not improving, why now? right? That doesn't make any sense in the conversation of like why are they jumping ship now particularly? Like what makes the Iran war different? Just to straw that broke the camel's back? You know?
He's reading. I don't think he's reading that like this is the one line and everything else was good. I think it was heading that way before, as you can see from polling prior to the Iran war.
Yeah.
And this is like giving you an off ramp.
Well,
I think making about the Iran war is almost giving him too much of an out. It's like,
I'm curious how you think that stacks up against his history, where I think he has been notable to go against the party line quite often, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Why now? Why would that be? Like, why is it happening at this current moment? That's the question that I'm asking, right? Yeah, Trump's popularity has been waxing and waning, but it tanked, and people jumping ship now because of Israel. Like Israel specifically, what made both parties significantly more unpopular because Israel as an entity is as unpopular as it's ever been before, right? I'm not saying that the Republican base don't care about the material conditions, right? They do. However, the Trump stopped giving them an excuse of like, guys, I'm doing this for America first. And that's why they're jumping ship. The base is jumping ship. And then the commentators are following the base. Besides Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene was actually just led astray.
Pushed back against the idea of supporting Ukraine a whole lot. That was maybe why he was fired from Fox, right?
He was fired from Fox because of the voting, the Dominion voting stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I
I
got
guess
sued for.
Okay. And then this is where again I'm repeating things I have read on Twitter. So I'm genuinely curious, like if you guys have deeper info here. And then the other would be that I believe when he was campaigning.
What? Netanyahu had cancer? It's in paper times like this. Breaking, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu announced that he was diagnosed and treated for prostate cancer. I love that our tax dollars is going to treat Netanyahu for prostate cancer. If you're an American, you can't get prostate cancer treated here. But like, if you're Netanyahu, you know, American tax dollars go to pay for his kids' cancer treatments. Don't worry.
For Trump, I mean, he was one of few people being like, we shouldn't be supporting Israel and this stuff, and that always caused a little bit of a stink. So it seems like he's been willing to say stuff, even if that's not why he was fired from Fox. What I remember is people would get upset about that. You know, he just kept being somewhat apologist towards Russia, right, and still has been, right?
Yeah.
And so, isn't there seem to be a little bit of a history of him being willing to go against party lines?
Yeah.
More so than reading the tea leaves and going with the flow.
Well, that's what I'm saying is those party line, like the what do you call it? Like a neocon party line, has always been deeply unpopular. It's like something that gets forced in.
Oh, so, okay, got it. So you mean more like the populist?
So he's
kind
just
of line.
he's always been populist, right?
Okay.
And he sold people on Trump as that solution.
Yeah.
So
What benefit does
But this
it
is
have
a guy
for him,
who wrote out the whole first term and was still riding for him.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
I guess, and made it through a year of economic stability until the Iran war happened. Like, I guess I'm not saying you're wrong because I don't have the most in-depth. I'm not analyzing Tucker's content all the time. I didn't watch him on Fox all the time. I view Tucker through this lens of clips and smaller news pieces for over 10 years.
To have some head on his shoulders. That's Aiden. Aiden's the most leftist person on the podcast. He's been recently pretty solid. And like Doug is it's like the tech guy. He's the tech guy on the podcast, and then X-Ray is like the economics guy, which is why he's so focused on the economic part of it. Well, he's not like inherently incorrect, as Aiden is saying. He's just, I think he's giving the base too much credit, right? Because basically what he's saying is that like, oh, the Republican base realized how bad their life is, and they woke up to why Trump is bad. And I'm saying that's not what happened at all. They did not do that. You know? Your average Republican voter did not wake up one day and was like, man, my life sucks. I don't support Trump anymore. Right? That takes effort to undo that propaganda. What they were was like, they woke up, they said, oh, my life sucks. Let me turn on the news. Boop. Marco Rubio was like, we're going to war for Israel. All of your tax dollars that you're spending is not going back to you, but going to Israel. They were like, okay, now I don't really like Trump and his administration. That's what happened. They didn't wake up, realize that they tried to pour their coffee and the cup was empty. They were like, oh man, I can't afford any more coffee. My gas is too high. Why did Trump do this to us? Right? That's not the dynamic that happened, in my personal opinion. It was, I woke up trying to pour my coffee. I can't afford coffee. Gas prices are too high. Don't worry. Let's see what Mr. President's saying about this. They turn on the news. Mr. President's like, I'm Donald Trump and I support Israel and giving them $1 billion. $60 billion for Israel right now. And they're like, well, I don't really like that very much. That's what it is. It's the fact that Trump is not doing stuff that fixes their lives, that frustrates them. Not the fact that their life is bad directly under Trump. The reason why it's important, the reason why I'm harping on this, is the fact that when Tucker Carlson gets elected in 2028, and he also doesn't fix their material conditions, we're going to be wondering why they don't do the same thing they're doing now. Right? When it's a Tucker Carlson 2028 presidency, and the material conditions are getting bad for the Republican Party that voted for him, they voted him in, and we're like, hey guys, remember the Trump thing where he didn't make your life better, and then you guys turned against him? Well, you guys should do the same thing against Tucker Carlson. And they're like, no, my life's not better, yeah, but like Tucker Carlson's saying America first, and I like that stuff. You know what I mean? That's what the problem is. That's what the issue is that like, you have to understand how the base moves and what moves the base, right? And worsening material conditions does not inherently do that. That's why we as the left need to step in and sell them on the fact that the material conditions are worsening is Trump's fault. But they're not. They're in a cult. We understand they're in a cult. We understand it's the MAGA cult. You don't wake up one day and immediately realize your cult leader is actually leading you astray. Right? That takes effort, right? To unlearn and to walk back. Right? So they're not going to wake up one day and be like, Trump is bad because of this. It's going to be like, hey, I expected Trump to do this and he's not doing this. And it frustrates me because my life isn't getting better. And so it's slightly different, right? It's slightly different, but it's a very important distinction. I know we all hold space for rehabilitation, and Nate apologizes, just don't like it for its political content. Just feel like ultra lib capitalism worship. Some people like that,
Ultimately, like, I don't
Button
know.
up now too. This is a serious guy costume. Hey, okay, listen here, everybody, boy. Chill on the button ups. Chill on the button ups. There's nothing wrong with them.
Know him as a person and can't make the ultimate judgment call of like why or why not he's making this stand. I think you're making the case for something that's viable. But to me, all of the rhetoric that I see clipped now is mostly stems around Iran, Israel, like America first, like
yes, exactly. And this is how you can tell that Aiden is correct, because we hold the exact same position before I even saw this clip. It's exactly what I'm saying. I didn't really see how it went on. Okay, that's crazy.
Reaction to the Iran stuff specifically, he wasn't talking about egg prices before this or inflation before this, at least not much. He wasn't taking a stand until the Iran stuff pushed things over the edge.
Yeah, that's correct. Which shows that Tucker Carlson and a lot of the base don't really care about the egg prices. The base was defending him on the egg prices, right? They were like, if I need to pay $17 for eggs, just so that means those commie immigrants don't have to be in this America, then gosh darn it, that's what I'm gonna do. Or whatever. They were defending him. They were like, yeah, I'll pay $1 million for a Game Boy through the tariffs if it means that we're sticking it to commie China. They loved that. They were like, yes, please. Yes. But it wasn't until Trump stopped marketing these policies as America First that people had an issue with it. You know, Carlson isn't always will be a grifter. He only cares about his capital lords and will say whatever is needed for them. I will say, kind of, just because Tucker Carlson will go against his capital lords if it makes him more popular, like as an individual person, right? Like if he feels as though the tide is shifting one way, he will like stand against what the entire party wants, in order to push himself that way. In order to, because he's a good propagandist, unfortunately, not to give him any credit, but he can tell how the wind's blowing, unfortunately. Right, and so he'll stand in a way that like slightly inconveniences him in the interim, so that in 6 months he's proven correct and he shoots up in popularity. Right, so that makes him even more of a grifter, in my personal opinion. He's a grifter in that way. But he's unfortunately not as beholden to like capital interests as other people in the base, which makes him more dangerous. Right, because if you're only beholden to capital interests, right, it's very easy to point you out as a grifter. But because he will go against the grain sometimes, it makes him come across as more authentic, and it's a lot harder to deal with.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a
That's why Tucker Carlson is so scared.
I live when I
as a politician.
Mementi 19 just
Despite the
subscribed.
for the good of the American plans, the ability to do analysis,
MCKGA
dance,
SPP dance, MCKGA SPP dance, MCKGA SPP dance, MCKGA SPP dance.
Momentarily, thank you for the 4 months. Much appreciated.
Well, what I'm trying to make the case is they don't ever mention that. That is the undercurrent that is eroding support.
What? They don't mention Iran? What?
For this, or inflation before this, at least not much. He wasn't taking a stand until the Iran stuff pushed things over the edge.
What I'm trying to make the case is they don't ever mention that. That is the undercurrent that is eroding support.
Sure.
And then when it reaches a breaking point where enough people are angry, they use something like the Epstein files or the war in Iran as like the off point, as like the.
I just know that's not. Again, he thinks that people care in that sport. Okay, this is where he's wrong. Trump's support is not being eroded because material conditions are worsening. Right? That's just not the case. Trump is not losing support because people's material conditions are worsening. Right? The government as an entity loses support when the material conditions are worsening. Because people are like, the government, can't help out the citizens out or whatever. Right? Trump specifically is losing support because his answer to the eroding material conditions, which they don't blame him for, is give more money to Israel. And I'm not going to fix it. That's why they're frustrated with Trump. Not because Trump is making their material conditions worse. He is, but that's not why they don't like him. They don't like him because he's not fixing it in the way he promised to fix it. As in, like, I'm going to give all of your money to Israel instead of giving it to you. And that frustrates people because it's not America first, right? Even if Trump said, we're going to take all your tax dollars and give it to the billionaires in America, they would be like, yes, please, right? Because they feel as though so long as it's going to Americans and Americans are winning, then it's fine. It's for a good cause, right? If Trump was bailing out the cryptocurrency banks, which he has done, or if he was, bailing out, billionaires, which he has also done, they view that as positive because they think that billionaires are an extension of America and that it's still America first. However, when you give your money to Israel and as the foreign nation, then they're like, okay, I can't get behind that. Not because their material conditions are worsening, but because it's not being positioned as for America.
As like, that's the line for me.
Are you okay? So let's just for me to understand what you're saying. Tucker is looking at the political landscape of people who
the idea,
support him or are around him, and he's making a read that their dissatisfaction with life in general, which is heavily rooted in things like affordability, something like rising gas prices, rising food prices. He is looking at that and saying, I can intentionally capitalize on this discomfort by breaking away from the narratives on these larger popular topics right now.
I think he and Candace Owens and Alex Jones and all these people are recognizing that people in their audience are slowly getting upset. They're turning. And they're...
I mean, he's right about this, but he's wrong about what they're getting upset about. They're not getting upset about rising gas prices. They're getting upset that gas prices are rising at the behest of Israel. That is a very important part that Atriarch is not engaging with. You know? Because they again, very simple. They weren't upset about rising grocery prices when it was from Trump's tariffs. They are upset because of rising gas prices due to the war in Iran at the behest of Israel. So something has to be different about that. It's not the rising prices that makes them upset. It's the at the behest of Israel that makes them upset, right? It's the non-American first that makes them upset, right? And it's not even just Israel, right? It's NATO, right? If Trump came out and was like, we're going to start funding NATO, that would make his base upset. Because they're like, why are you doing this thing that we don't like? As in like foreign intervention, right? Like we don't like that thing. Stop giving our American money to other people in general. Whether it's NATO, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Israel, whether it's USAID, the Republican base hates all of that. You know? Hates all of that. Otto Tucker never liked Trump. He's called him stupid from the beginning, but still supported him because he will support whoever he thinks will push his white supremacist agenda. True. People act like ICE isn't a problem just because the media stopped talking about it. They're still bettering us. That's also true. Right? And it's important to note because, like, the Republican base like ICE. They're not looking at what Trump is doing about ICE and being like, they're attacking American citizens. I can't support him anymore. They're like, yes, please, Donald Trump, please focus more on killing brown people with ICE and less about giving money to Israel. That's what the base cares about. Right? Because if you acknowledge this, then you can position the Democrats as being a party that stands against giving military aid to Israel, and it would make them more popular in the eyes of literally the entire country. You know? They're pro-ICE and anti-Israel, which is certainly an interesting position, because they're racist. They're racist, but they don't like our racist dollars going to fund racist Israel. They'd rather have our racist dollars funding us. They're a very silly crowd of people. But understanding what they believe is important to getting to the root of how do we fix that, you know?
They're seeing the tea leaves that Trump is going to lose badly in the midterms. And there's probably going to be long impeachment trials and all this is, it's all headed in a bad
Oh, what a silly, silly person.
direction. So they're cutting and running early. They are just making sure to say what they got to say early to get out of that sphere.
Sure.
Despite, again, only being a few months removed from
Impeachment.
deeply pushing
Oh, wow.
for it. And it's making a smart entertainer calculus. It's something that like Asmongold will probably do pretty soon. You know, this is what people will do. They will be against it because that is the smart thing to do as he is thrown under the bus. But the idea that you couldn't have known, like even if your issue is Israel, you couldn't have known that Trump would be deeply pro. Like, do you understand? Like he was
Yeah, it doesn't
talking
make
about
any sense.
making a hotel there. It doesn't. None of this was hidden. None of this is a surprise. And I think the tone of his
It isn't a big point. But making a hotel there kind of rubs me in an interesting way. Am I crazy?
quote here is what's frustrating is because it implies that like it was a surprise, that any of this was not knowable. But it was noble, and now that it's going wrong, suddenly it's like, okay, I got to get out of it. If it were going right,
I'm big guy.
or
What's
that
going on
gas
here?
prices weren't
That's interesting. Where I want to see what the liberal thought process behind Tucker Carlson's heel turn is. And so we're watching the Midnight Stand podcast talk about Tucker Carlson's apology. Because I want to see how they position it. And so far, I don't know. They have some of the correct opinions. I think Aiden's the most correct here. I think Adrian is slightly wrong here. But like it's fine so far.
rising in the Iran war, or that it had done better like Venezuela or something. It's not like he would be so principled. I don't think he'd be like, well, I have to on my principle.
Maybe I met at Trump Hotel in Tel Aviv. I heard reports about it or something. Maybe.
Even though he's popular, even though my audience is super happy with it, even though it went well, Venezuela or something, or that gas prices weren't rising in the Iran war, or that it had done better like Venezuela or something. It's not like he would be so principled. I don't think he'd be like, well, I have to on my principles, even though he's popular, even though my audience is super happy with it, even though it went well. I don't think we should be in the Middle East. It was a bet. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's only doing.
I think he's slightly incorrect just because I agree. It's not because Tucker Carlson's principled, but I think he would have said it anyway. Right? I think he would have said it. I think he did stand against the kidnapping of Maduro. I think he said something about it. I don't remember. But I know some, like Candace Owens did. Right? And it's not particularly because Candace Owens is like principled anti-Zionist or whatever, but because Candace Owens has a personal grudge against the MAGA movement because of what the Daily Wire did to her. Right? But that's a different conversation.
Doing it as a response to this is going to go badly.
I have a question.
Okay.
I think, I'm not here to defend Tucker Carlson. This is a thought that goes through my mind, especially having been on this side of
Is he arguing that Tucker feels like he loses essential audience if he supports the Iran conflict? Not particularly. It's more just like Tucker Carlson knows that it's unpopular, so he's gonna be against war with Iran because he knows it's unpopular, which I agree with. I do think that's primary reason why Tucker Carlson is taking his position against Donald Trump, because he realizes that the war in Iran is unpopular. Where I disagree with H-Rock on, where Aiden also positions himself as disagreeing with H-Rock on, is that H-Rock is saying that the MAGA base is turning against Trump because Trump is making the economy worse for them. I don't agree with that. I don't think the MAGA base is turning against Trump because Trump is making the economy worse for them. I think the MAGA base is turning against Trump because Trump is doing stuff at the behest of a foreign nation. He's not being America first. That's what they care about. That's what Megyn Kelly cares about. That's what Candace Owens cares about. That's what Tucker Carlson cares about. That's what Martin Taylor Greene cares about. Right? They will deal with the rising prices so long as it's positioned as for an America first reason. But because the war with Iran and continuing the genocide in Israel, right? Because of that, that's not seen as America first in the base, and so they don't like it. So they recognize it as all for Israel, yes, or at least it's not for them, and that's what makes them mad. It could not even be Israel. It could be like, I don't know. Trump doesn't really do much other stuff for foreign policy, but like, I don't know. Like the kidnapping of Maduro is a good example, where it's like people like his base was very against the kidnapping of Maduro because they're like, we shouldn't be involved in other countries, until Trump was like, oh no, but you don't understand, they have oil that's good for us, and they're like, okay, well that's fine now. Right? It's like they were supporting Ukraine, yeah, but Trump doesn't support Ukraine. But like that's the point, right? It's like they are fine with it so long as you tell them that it's for them, right? If it's like, oh, it's for you, we're doing this for you. But that's why the MAGA base also, when the Democrats are in power, don't like support of Ukraine, right? They're like, why are we supporting Ukraine? That's not America first. Why are we in NATO? That's not America first. Why are we a part of the G7 summit? That's not America first. Why are we giving our troops to the UN? That's not America first. Why are we doing USAID? It's not America first. It's all these things. It's like, it's not America. Like, why are we doing this? It's not America first. Any foreign policy thing is like, does it help Americans? No, I don't like it. Which is why when Trump came in and was like, we're going to cut all of that out. We're not going to do any of that anymore. Right? And so it's going to be like, oh, well, I like that guy because we're not gonna do any of that. But now they feel betrayed because it's like, oh, you say you weren't gonna do any of that, but now you're giving Israel a bajillion dollars. That's not America first. And now they're like, well, you're basically a Democrat now, Donald Trump. Democrats want to give Israel $1 billion, and you want to give them $1 bajillion too. That's why they don't like him. That's why they're turning on him. They feel like they've been lied to. They feel like you said that you were going to do stuff for America first, and you're not doing stuff for America first. It's not a surprise while Trump's popularity is dropping, right? While Nick Fuentes' popularity is rising on the right. Because Nick Fuentes' whole thing is America first, but by being a neo-Nazi, right? Tucker Carlson doing the same thing. He's saying Trump is not as fascist enough, as nationalistic enough, as America first enough. We need somebody who will actually do this America first style. Did he also run on not intervening in conflicts outside the U.S.? Yes, which is why they're frustrated by that. They're like, we elected you to do America first, and you're not doing America first. How dare you? That's why the base is mad, right? And H-Track just has a different take on that. He says the base is mad instead because of economic anxiety. He says because of worsening material conditions. He didn't say that word, but like because of worsening material conditions, the base is frustrated by the fact that their lives aren't getting any better, and they blame Trump for it, so they're jumping ship. And I don't think that that's the case.
Influencer sphere for a long time is part of my reaction when I see like people having like heavy-handed opinions about people they don't know online is hesitance or even disgust, because I know what it's like to be on the other side of accusations or things that people say that aren't even remotely true. Like, if that makes sense.
Me too. People call me a liberal.
And I look at somebody like Tucker, who is not, it's not like he's a little uwu baby who hasn't made a fortune off of, in my eyes, the suffering of so many people. Like I think Tucker's views over the years, if I have seen them, are impactfully bad. Part of me wants to believe when I watch these clips of him speaking now, if I knew him better, would I understand the path of his principle in saying these things? So I still have that inkling to like give the charitability of like, if I understood him better, has he actually been following his principles the entire time?
Well, the answer to that is no, he's not. But I do think that Tucker Carlson has always been like a populist right-wing figure. I think an interesting point is that like Tucker Carlson has put that to the side to support Trump, and then he got back to his populist right roots. Now that Trump is becoming more unpopular, he's still a grifter, right? And he's still a disingenuous hack. But I do think that like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, and to a lesser extent Tucker Carlson are doing what they've always done, which is be a part of the populist right. Right? And they just didn't like Trump at all, at any point. You look at any of them, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and you can see what they said about Trump during 2015. Not really Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she wasn't really an entity then, but like, they didn't like Trump. And to be entirely fair, nobody liked Trump. Nobody in the neocon conservative movement liked Donald Trump. The base liked him because he lied to them. And so this is a return to normalcy for the commentators who are like, finally, we can stop pretending on liking this stupid man. Please. He makes it so hard to hate brown people. And that's kind of where we are. So I had to grab some water. I'll be right back.
Your interpretation feels very cynical in that he like sees the ship collapsing and he wants to make sure that he doesn't die. But maybe he truly does believe in like these principles that he's followed all along. And the reason I say that is because I see him choosing to jump at the point where the Iran war seems to most clearly clearly contradict his public principles as they've been presented in the past. And yeah.
I mean, I disagree with everything you said.
Sure.
But I mean, you know, I'm trying to.
Do you disagree with my like I don't need to give that charitability because he's like a shitty guy or something? Like
It's not about whether he's personally shitty. It's that like it would not be hard to find contradicting clips from Tucker Carlson over his long career.
Sure, of course.
I mean, he's one of the many people who, when Trump wasn't powerful yet, when it was like 2015 and 16, who criticized them. He's one of the people like J.D. Vance who.
Sure.
So the idea that he is some guy who's had the same principles the whole time, it tracks. If you were like lining these puzzle pieces up on reality, the idea that he is like following the wind tracks perfectly. And the idea that he's a principled man who's stayed correctly is like, you have to really fucking mesh that puzzle. To make
I actually don't disagree with you at all. I picture the world from the way like someone comes at me, like it's the classic example of like someone comes at you. It's and they present like it happened in like the comment section of an premium episode a few weeks ago where I said like I'm a relatively anti-weed person. And all I meant by that is like I have a I think a nuanced view about like not really liking weed, but I'm like pro legalization. And I think that guy latched onto anti-weed and was like, you've talked about psychedelics in the past. Like this is incredibly hypocritical of you to like view it in that manner. And I'm like, whoa, dude. It's like, that's not, you're just saying, you're just taking two things and saying that it's hypocrisy.
I agree with what you're saying.
And you just let me explain myself. So I'm imagining the world where I could just sit across from Tucker Carlson, accuse him of the hypocrisy that you're saying, and then I imagine he would have an explanation for it that might track with like his morals or principles, right?
But I don't think I'm pancakes or waffling Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's views have been like publicly expressed to millions of people consistently.
Sure.
What are some of the major contradictions? Because I just am exposed to him through clips, basically, and I'm like, you know, to me, it seems like, oh, he's been pro-Trump for a long time. I like what to you are like the pieces that are clearly
do you
like
think, as a real question, do you guys honestly think that if Trump were polling through the roof right now, super duper popular with the Republican base? Let me give you an example. There's this guy, he's a financial analyst named Mike Green, who I listened to his, I read his Substack. And I thought he's a pretty insightful guy.
Yeah.
And before the election, one thing I disagree with him on was he's like, I think I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Trump. He's like, I don't like his character, but I'm worried about the way the Democrats are going to run the finances or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I disagree with him, but this guy's a smart guy. He's way smarter than me, and there's something I thought about. And very early on into Trump's administration, he put out a Substack saying, already, I can see that this has been a bad choice. It was around the Albrego Garcia thing. And he's like, this is not a popular thing, but this is against my principles. This is not how the United States should run. And it was like very early. And that it gave him some credibility in my eyes that he was a principled person. And he sent a letter to his senator and whatever. And he got absolutely destroyed in the comments. Like he's a center-right finance guy. Most of his readers are like 60-plus boomers, Trump people. He got ripped into. He got so much hate. But he stood by his principles. He took that to like say, this is what I believe in. The idea to me that Tucker Carlson would do this type of statement if it wasn't now easy to do, if it wasn't now popular.
Sure.
And if Trump was polling at 90+% and just killing it and everything else was going well, I
want to be clear. I think you might be 100% right. I think I think I'm at war with just a smaller part of myself who sees these situations and doesn't want to get like too accusation heavy immediately, because I'm like, I can imagine the world where like I listen to this person's explanation and I'm like, okay, well maybe that's stupid. Like, and it doesn't mean that I would agree with him. Like, I think he's like functionally hypocritical in a lot of the views that he's had, but could he make some sort of weird case for how like his morals have actually been like consistent the whole time and like this is how he sees it?
I mean, if
or
he
something.
made the case, this is not a case I agree with, but if he made the case that like the Democrats are so bad, Kamala is worse, I had to do it, that at least it's not. I mean, it's not. I'm not happy with that case either. Whatever, but that case could be logically consistent. Where it's like, hey, I knew Trump was not the right guy, but it could have been worse.
Sure.
But he's not making that case. This clip is making the case
Yeah.
that I was fooled. That everything I thought Trump would do, which is the golden age and everything was going,
Yeah.
I believed it. That's insane. That is an insane thing to say for a grown college-educated adult who, in 2016, said all the bad things about Trump before he got powerful. You understand? Like, it doesn't. Nothing lines up.
Yeah, I mean, I 100%. Like, if I were to if I were to make a judgment call, I think ultimately, like, his track record of, like, I think what comes through in a lot of the stuff he talks about is his moral sensibilities about, like, human life and, like, respecting individuality and, like, everybody's right to, like, safety and security and, like, religious freedom and things. But he's, like, clearly advocated for and, like, been pro policies that harm those things, like his view on aggressive, like, immigration tactics. I don't think it lines up with these, like, long-winded speeches he goes on about, like, human dignity. It's like, but you're okay with, like, this aggressive approach to,
Yeah, sure.
like, immigration in the country. And I think that's a sign to me that, yeah, I think you're more likely to be right. I think I have this, like, weird thing in my head where I'm just like, it's hard for me to pull the trigger on, like, fully condemning the person until I can speak to them. I don't know if
I
he
think it's a
deserves.
good instinct to have, but
Yeah.
like Tucker Carlson is the guy who did the tan suit thing for Obama.
Yeah.
He's the one that did nice
Well, that
Dijon
was a
mustard.
problem. Don't belittle that.
But like, okay, so he did these millions of views, public condemnations of the president over wearing a tan suit, over having Dijon mustard. And by the way, those were the worst crimes. Those are terrible. I don't get me wrong, I'm on your side. But like, I think it's like bending over backwards to give him credence and charity.
100%.
Do you understand? Like, these are things that he nitpicked on for that president, and then suddenly couldn't figure it out for this one.
Yeah.
And it just feels like a show to me. It's just like so obviously a show, and it lines up so perfectly with polling and data and everything that you would care about.
The evidence is certainly, I think the evidence speaks more firmly to your position. And I think I would argue that there's a stage of, like, public notoriety and amount of public speaking you've done online where you have, I now know enough about you to, like, safely have an opinion about you from the amount that you yourself have said in public online. Like, I think there's a line to cross, because my instinct is like, okay, if somebody gets really uppity about, like, a celebrity who doesn't, like, talk that much publicly, they're just, like, in fucking movies and TV shows. I'm like, dude, I don't know anything about this person. I don't fucking know anything.
100%.
But there's a line where I'm like, okay, I understand that I've never met this person or never sat down with them, but they've said so much or about their opinions publicly online that I'm like, I'm comfortable having an opinion about it. And I think he's ultimately over that line. I just, like, have this little gremlin that needs to be addressed inside.
I'm not
You just gotta
saying-
watch some Tucker.
Tucker
Yeah,
Carlson
We're
is
saying
a
it sounds
bad
like- watch some more
guy.
Tucker.
It sounds like for you to be able to make a judgment, you got to watch a lot of Tucker Carlson.
I gotta watch more Tucker. I gotta watch more Nelk.
You gotta
I've been
watch Nelk.
meaning to,
But, like,
say,
yeah,
I wanna
it's
watch
it's
more
got to
Nelk.
Deep
be
dive.
the archives, right? It can't just be last month. We got to get you, like,
Yeah.
every year a couple episodes ago.
What's the old show? He used to do a show with Jon Stewart. Like,
Oh,
what?
no, he did Crossfire, then
Cro-
Jon Stewart came on and roasted him.
Okay.
That was the
What we
classic.
could do, last Patreon episode, I suggested Steal a Braid Rodathon. We could do the Tucker Carlson,
We just
Carl-a-thon.
watched
Yeah.
all of Tucker.
Tucker Carl-a-thon, Carlson-a-thon. And we watch Tucker for as long as people donate, and it all goes to a good Boeing missile to send
That's
at
not a bad idea.
Iran.
That's not a bad idea.
We raise money for the lemonade stand missile. That's actually the next Patreon goal. That could be the next Patreon
We
goal.
get to buy a missile. We get to buy a missile.
The lemonade stand man. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know
I
what to
think
say about that.
I do
All right,
think
so just help me. Is he good or bad?
he's.
I need to go repeat this opinion to other friends and family, and it needs to be all or nothing.
Okay. So he's. I mean, I'd probably need to know some more stuff. Like, what did he review Black Myth Wukong?
Yeah.
Like, I need more data.
I mean, takeaway, it sounds like
Hail Mary.
you feel like
What do you think about Project Hail Mary?
Yeah. You're definitely, you think he's like probably redeemable, and you're saying you'd rather he not condemn Trump. And I think we get both.
What I'm trying to say is, why flip on the go?
Why?
Hey there. Just wanted to share the latest in the David murder case. This has been something I've been actively following. I know I've already made 2 videos about the case since his arrest, and, well, time to make it a trilogy because I think it's important to cover this. There were a lot of people, and still, even in the face of everything I'm about to tell you that was brought up today from the prosecution, there are still a lot of people that are fighting tooth and nail, raising their shield to defend David, still believing with their whole heart and 2 neurons that he was framed and is actually a victim in all of this as well, because he had nothing to do with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child whom David was dating, by the way. And the Dummies for David movement always likes to, bury that one as quickly as possible. He's homeschooled, so he didn't know. And he's just a little zany. He's a little quirky. He had no idea. That's bad. It's fucking lunacy to be acting like he's some blameless angel in all of this, in spite of all of the evidence that the public has access to. If you bother to do any amount of research on this case with just the information that is readily available to you right at your fingertips right now, all of it points to only one person who is most likely responsible for her murder, and that person is David. And now, as of today, we're getting even more new information, and it is fucking disgusting. They already mentioned a couple days ago that the prosecution has 40 terabytes here in this case against David. 40 fucking terabytes is an unfathomable amount of anything. And just a moment ago, they dropped like their first teaser as to what some of this new information looks like. The prosecution alleges that they found a significant amount of child porn on David's phone.
Story number 2. A hearing just wrapped up for singer David in his first-degree murder case.
The prosecution revealed details about disturbing digital evidence. Let's get to CBS LA's Rick Montanez with what we learned in court today. Rick, what are you hearing?
Amy, Chris, the hearing just wrapped up within the half hour here, and cameras were not allowed in court, but I can tell you that the defendant, David Burke, was in court today in shackles and wearing that orange jumpsuit. The biggest new piece of evidence revealed, prosecutors say a significant amount of child porn found on Burke's cell phone.
Now, I imagine that isn't just some baseless claim from the prosecution. They probably have all of that evidence as part of their 40 terabytes here that they will be providing to the court. There's still a lot of processing that they are going through right now because there is so much that they have gathered in this case over the last 7 months. But now they are stating they have evidence that there was a significant amount of child porn on David's device.
We also want to point out that this all happens one day after the medical examiner's report became public. That is the report on the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. The report says, or I should say the family of Rivas Hernandez is absolutely devastated to learn the gruesome details contained in that write-up. That's according to a family statement. So this report says the 14-year-old girl died of sharp force trauma, but the autopsy was difficult because of the severe decomposition of her dismembered body when it was found in the singer's abandoned Tesla last September.
The autopsy revealed the grisly nature of her killing, it being sharp objects, and then it was mentioned why it was so difficult for them to figure out what actually killed her. It's because her body was chopped up and decomposing in the fucking trunk of this monster's car.
I was gone for a while. I'm sorry. I've returned. What I missed in the other video.
You know what I sound
By
like
this
when I
time,
call myself a
since I left.
dumb, stupid idiot who messed.
What happened? Stop paying attention. All right, I think I got my point across. They tried to call it A-track leftist, but they were unaware. Oh. Nah, he's a liberal. It's kind of funny. The two dudes on the end think Carlson might be savable. I disagree with that. I don't think that's the case. I think he's a grifter. But speaking of liberals, it's time for Queen Liberal herself, Contrie Points, to see what she has to say. Everyone forget about his great replacement arc? I haven't forgotten. He's left-wing liberal, but definitely a liberal, yeah. Overall, he's fine. He's not the worst liberal. I'd rather take Atrioc than like a chorus liberal, to be entirely fair. It's a hard choice, but I'd still probably rather take Atrioc than a chorus liberal.
Think about this term, the hang glider left. I think Sam Chris was posting about this before.
I don't think I've heard this. I think that it's bad. Like the hang glider. Like I don't.
I thought that was a more popular term, but maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what can be. I don't see what that's supposed to accomplish. Besides, like.
Did Contrie Boys do this interview specifically to hate on Hasan? Am I crazy to say that? Because she doesn't do interviews. She doesn't do other content. She makes her one long video essay every 4 years or something. But like only just now that she come and do this interview. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's crazy of me to say. It's crazy how Contrie turned so many people into leftists years ago. When the way that she is. I would say she turned people into, I don't want to say rad libs because I'm not a big fan of the term, but like left-wing liberals as well. I think she got people to the door and then she kind of let people walk themselves in because she was never really like a leftist herself, particularly. Did I miss the announcement? Yes. You were about 24 hours too late for the announcement. But that's okay. We forgive you. If you want to make up for it, you can subscribe. I'll take that. Oh, I also wanted to see... should Democrats appear with Hasan Piker? There's also another thing. Hold on. Should not work with the DNC? This is true. I do not work with the DNC. Let's watch that instead. Nah, you can't escape Contrie Points. Here, I'll play this while I go for... I will only be on for 10 seconds this time, I promise. What? Okay, we're gonna get to this, because that's insane.
A U.S. Special Forces soldier who was involved in the capture of...
U.S. soldier arrested for winning $400,000 on Maduro raid? Was he Polymarket? Yes, it was Polymarket. Of course it was. Of course it was. Gosh freaking darn it. Bro, please bring some regulation. Please bring some regulation. Shut it down. Shut it all down. CNN's gonna be like, unlike our partners, Kalshi. Oh my goodness,
Venezuelan
hold on.
President Nicolas Maduro has been arrested and is facing 5 criminal charges. Prosecutors allege that Master Sergeant, his name is Gannon Ken Van Dyke, bet on the operation and won $400,000 in profits. They claim he opened an account in late December on Polymarket, which is an online prediction market, placed about $32,000 on a long shot bet that Maduro would be out by January. He allegedly made 13 bets in the days before the capture. Now the case is raising questions about insider trading on prediction markets on the Iran war. A reporter asked President Trump about it.
Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Whew. Only leads allowed to use insider information. I bet on probably make it true. That's crazy. Imagine you go on a radio. Hold on, guys. I have to use the bathroom real quick. Hey Siri, set a bet on Polymarket. You know what I mean? Set a bet on Polymarket bet real quick.
It sounds like he was betting.
Okay. We'll get back to this in a second. And you know, we'll start with this because it's hilarious.
A U.S. Special Forces soldier who was involved in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been arrested and is facing 5 criminal charges. Prosecutors allege that Master Sergeant, his name is Gannon Ken Van Dyke, bet on the operation and won $400,000 in profits.
That's so funny. I'm sorry. I can't be that mad at him. I can't be that mad at him. I'm sorry. That's hilarious.
They claim he opened an account in late December on Polymarket, which is an online prediction market, placed about 30.
Yeah, like our partner's Kalshi. Go ahead, say it, CNN. Say it. An online prediction market just like our partners at Kalshi.
$32,000 on a long shot bet that Maduro would be out by January. He allegedly made 13 bets in the days before the capture. Now the case is raising questions about
how did they catch him?
Insider trading on prediction markets on the Iran war. A reporter asked President Trump about it.
Are you concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets and potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office, that Maduro would be removed.
Well, that's
it sounds like
interesting.
he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. I'll look into it,
There are
yeah.
also bets that are being placed as well on the Iran conflict too, and there have been some trackings where people suspect that there's insider trading happening on these prediction markets around the war. Are you concerned?
Well, you know, the whole world, unfortunately, has become somewhat of a casino.
The president later adding, quote, "I don't like it conceptually, but it is what it is."
Oh my goodness, bro. He's the president. Talk about, listen, I'm not a big fan of insider trading, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is.
Margaret Donovan is a former Army captain and a JAG officer. She's also a former federal prosecutor. Adam Kinzinger is a former Republican congressman and retired Air Force lieutenant colonel. Margaret, what is your reaction to the arrest? How unprecedented and concerning is it? And the president's reaction to it? It is what it is. He doesn't like it, but the whole world is becoming a casino.
It is what it is.
Well, look.
That's what the president said.
I read the indictment and I think it's a really righteous case. This is particularly troubling conduct when we're at a moment where our military's credibility is in question, to say the least, in many.
That is a funny way to frame this. It's like, but think about our credibility as the military. Yeah, okay.
Of our operations. And so I think it's really important for the Department of Justice to bring cases like this and to show that we are willing to respond to corruption. Keep in mind that Maduro has his own criminal case in SDNY right now, and no doubt his attorneys are going to point to this and say, see how corrupt the arrest was. So I think it's really important that the DOJ pursues this. It's a strong indictment. It looks like their evidence is very reliable, probably from Polymarket itself and the soldier's Google account. And I suspect that, this will be a pretty important case going forward in terms of how the DOJ.
Did he didn't do this from his military account, did he? Is that how they found that? That's kind of what the implication is I got for this was. Is that he signed into Polymarket with his military account, made bets on Maduro being out by January, made up upwards of $400,000 and then cashed out. It was like, they'll never catch me now. They'll never catch me now.
Probably from Polymarket itself and the Soldiers Google account. And I suspect that, this will be a pretty important case going forward in terms of how the DOJ can deal with these Polymarket bets.
Only
Carlson, were you
Polymarket, though.
surprised?
Not CNN. No, sorry, not CNN. Not Kalshi. Is interesting. It's only about Polymarket, not about predictive betting records at all. Overall, interesting.
I mean, there's someone, a special forces, an operator at that level and trusted with some of the biggest and most sensitive military plans would allegedly do this?
I don't want to say I'm surprised because, this is very tempting, right? If you know that this is going to happen and, you're working every day to get by, it's, people are tempted. They're humans. And, but it's wrong. And so this is good, that obviously they're going after it. But this needs to be more than just one soldier. There really is some questionable stuff that's been happening, actually not just in the predictive markets, but especially in the stock markets, that seem to possibly be from people that are at least close to the decision making. So look, Polymarket and Kalshi have a real PR issue on their hand if they want to keep surviving.
Anderson's like, no, not Kalshi. Kalshi's actually fine. I've actually heard great things about Kalshi. Kalshi's actually fantastic and a great partner to us here at CNN. Great partners here. The issue is actually Polymarket. This actually happened at Polymarket. Don't you know, Adam? This is not a predictive betting market thing. This is only a Polymarket thing. Yeah, what? Adam, sorry, you're breaking up. I can't hear you anymore.
Because I think people are starting to understand that this is a pretty bad situation. Kalshi, I think, went after a few people here recently. But look,
you meant to say Polymarket? Polymarket. That's what I heard, right? Not Kalshi. Polymarket.
Comfortable with the fact that you can bet on actual human decisions that the human himself or herself.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened with the NBA clip, right? Where they were like on ESPN. NBA. They're on ESPN talking about like how bad the insider trading that happened in the NBA was, and it had like a sports betting panel underneath them while they were talking about it, and they just took away the panel. It was so funny.
Can actually make, if you're Pete Rose betting on baseball, you can't guarantee an outcome. But if you're like the senator, I remember one specifically said, will a U.S. senator visit Syria before June? Well, if you're a U.S. senator and you can go visit Syria, the temptation is you can bet on that, or maybe you have a cutaway, somebody that can bet, and you get a little side.
Oh, you mean like kind of like a Nancy Pelosi? I will say, it's crazy that this soldier did this, but it's even crazier that this soldier did this and got caught for it. But like Nancy Pelosi does this kind of all the time, and it should be totally fine. It's totally cool. It's not all like that. Stop it.
Profit from it. It's a very dangerous thing because it has the potential of starting to impact decisions based on profit and not based on what's necessarily right for the country.
Margaret, the prediction market.
ESPN's clip, yeah. Boom.
It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place. However, there is a fine line, not so fine. There is a bold line
Where'd it
that
go?
Obviously has to be drawn. It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds.
ESPN Bet, Sportsbook.
And we acknowledge
New
that
player,
this is a
bet
different
$10, get
time and place.
what was that? I can't see it anymore.
There is a fine line, not so fine. There is a bold line.
Yeah.
It's are kind of predicated on this notion that there is some insider knowledge, that somebody in there knows something, and whether it's some investor who has just done a whole lot of research and thinks they have an edge, what if the Maduro regime had somehow caught wind of unusual trades online? Could that have, I mean, maybe it's far-fetched to think that would have spooked Maduro and caused him to
I still think it's crazy they got him in a Nike Tech, bro. I still think it's so insane they got my man in a Nike Tech. They picked him up while he was just chilling in his tech. He wasn't even doing anything.
hiding or change his security or something. But the kind of the ripple effects or the future problems this may raise, I'm not even sure we kind of...
being invaded. Saying this and being a network sponsored by one of the biggest betting markets is crazy. It is.
Really fully understand them yet.
If they were real about it, be like, well, Anderson, aren't you here at CNN partnered with one of the predictive betting markets, Kalshi?
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say, Anderson, that it's that far-fetched that this could be a problem. If you're just looking for basically an aberration in the poly market, I think this really becomes, in addition to the concerns, the very serious concerns that Adam just laid out, this is a national security issue. So if you have bets on, for example, if something's going to happen in Cuba, and all of a sudden there's a spike in that bet the night before something happens.
I don't like how she said that. What do you know, lady?
And that's really the crux of this case. These are financial charges that are in this indictment, but this is really a national security case. This is a soldier who had really sensitive information about a highly guarded operation that only a few people, a handful of people within the military were entrusted with. And he used that information, he disclosed that information on basically an open market that anybody could observe. And I don't think it would take a rocket scientist to figure out dumping
against poly market by Kalshi. I can see that.
$30,000 into a wildly low bet on a high profile capture like Maduro, that could tip people off very much so. So I think that it really kind of, this case in particular and others, they blend into national security issues.
Congresswoman, I mean, do you think all government officials, elected, military, civilian, should be banned by law or an executive order or bill passed by Congress from...
Bro, they will do anything except for just regulate these things, bro. Yeah, just banning all government officials will solve it. Their children, right? Their spouses, their parents, their aunts, their cousins, their nieces, their nephews, their friends, their coworkers. Maybe not the coworkers, but like they'll all be able to bet still. Just do regulation, please, please. Just do proper regulation on these things.
Taking part in, prediction markets, is that a solution? Yeah. Or would family members then just be tipped off?
I mean, you could, but I think you ban it all. I mean, look, it's, there's...
All right, I hate to agree with Adam Kinzinger, but he's right. I'm with him on that. Broken clock, Yeah, be careful, Adam. Be careful, Adam, careful. Don't look at who's next to you. Anderson Cooper is not a big fan of that. They're partnered with Kalshi, don't you know?
There's rules around Congress trading stocks. We have to show it and everything. There's a lot of discussion about banning Congress from trading stocks. This is more dangerous. If you're in Congress, if you're making a bet on a stock market, you may have a little insider information like, hey, we're getting ready to introduce a bill and maybe that moves the market. You don't necessarily have like really insider information. This you do. And so, yes, I think the sites, if they were smart, they would get ahead of this and ban it. They already have restrictions, but there's got to be a way to follow through on that and be strong about it. But, I'll double check what Margaret said there. This is a real national security issue. Your example, Anderson, is not far-fetched. And I think it's important that we remember, whether it's this to some extent, but especially on some of the questions on the stock market, there are losers on the other end of this bet. It's not just rich people with a bunch of money playing poker. There are losers, and it could be your 401k.
Let's get to CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, counselor, what needs to be proven here in order to convict? What are the nature of the charges?
So, John, what's so unusual about this case is it's the first time we've ever seen somebody charged for their online activity on these prediction markets. That said, it's still an insider trading case, the lead charge. So prosecutors first have to show that this defendant traded on what we call material, meaning important, non-public information. So if he had information, as he surely did, that Nicolas Maduro was to be captured on a certain date, that would certainly qualify. Prosecutors also have to show that this person had what we call a fiduciary responsibility, meaning some official responsibility to take care of that information, to guard and protect it. So those are the core elements of an insider trading case. And although we've traditionally seen that charge applied to bankers and people on Wall Street, there's no reason it couldn't necessarily be applied to anyone else who meets those definitions.
Still, you say this is the first case of its kind with Polymarket. How do you think that will play into the legal strategy?
So I think this could leave some...
Don't worry, guys. Oh, it's only part of the market. Okay, we're done. I think we got to it. I don't really care what the legal analysts have to say. I do wonder if they didn't call it Kalshi at all here. Of course not, from CNN. Let's get to the Hasan clip. What will Anderson Cooper say on during his show? Email Epstein FBI. Interesting. On Kalshi too. That's why he's implicated.
Think about this term, the hang glider left. I think Sam Chris was posting about this before.
I don't think I've heard this. I think that it's bad. Like the hang glider. Like I don't.
I thought that was a more popular term, but maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what that's supposed to accomplish, besides like causing the worldwide Jewish diaspora to feel more besieged, as well as Israel. So not that Israel cares. I don't think Israel cares at all. But I think that. Well, I mean, in the wake of 9/11, there were leftists who proposed that, like, the U.S. basically had it. I think Noam Chomsky said something like this.
Yeah.
The U.S. basically had it coming.
Hasan Piker said that.
You're right. He did say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Chomsky probably said a similar thing.
Don't say that. Like, what is to be gained by saying that?
Yeah.
I just
analysis of the concepts of blowback and the idea that America oftentimes, in its effort to be the world's police, puts themselves in the position of being retaliated against by being the world's police, and acknowledging those concepts, trying to establish in the minds of people that we maybe should stay out of meddling in the foreign affairs of other nations, because our meddling is not just insulated to those nations itself, but they can break the confines of that nation and come back and harm American citizens themselves. Unless I'm crazy. Maybe that's insane. Maybe that's an insane thing to think. Yeah, just don't do dialectical materialism. Yeah, don't do that. It sounds icky. She didn't even say this. She's just like, it just sounds bad. Don't do it because it sounds bad. It's like, well, is it correct? Or does it have some basis in truth, even if it makes you feel bad that people are saying it? You know?
I think it's like, it just antagonizes, like, so is there some like valid point in this? Sort of. I mean, like you can certainly argue that 9/11 occurred as like blowback.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. You're just like, I don't like how you said it. That's it. It's just optics.
You know, for
Sure.
U.S.
Yeah.
foreign policy for decades, right?
Yeah.
Like there's truth to that.
Yeah, we gave them the weapons.
But also like, remember that in New York City, you're talking to a bunch of people who like a lot of people know someone who was like jumped out of a flaming building as a result of this.
So you're like, I hear what you say, but like, I actually am going to completely ignore what you're saying. And do they? Well, according to Eric Adams, New York is a city where 9/11 can happen every day.
I live like a capitalist every single day.
Maybe she's not wrong.
I live as a capitalist. Okay, I live when I believe.
My
Bourbon
bourbon
Pod just
pod.
subscribed.
They were
Hi,
24
Chuck,
months.
hi,
That's
show
2
in the
years.
back.
Happy second birthday. She said, don't look at American foreign policy, just vote for Hillary Clinton. Come on. But it's so silly. It's like, yeah, you may have a point, but like, think about the people who died during 9/11. Like, yeah, it's America's fault to a certain extent. If you agree that America created the conditions for 9/11 to happen, why are you blaming this random person who's pointing that out instead of America as an entity and a concept itself. Am I crazy? I understand exactly what you mean, but because you won't say it in couch in the most kindest words, that means you're wrong.
And so saying, "Oh, they deserved it," like obviously that's not what Piker is trying to like. He's not saying that everyone who was killed in 9/11. I'm being charitable here. I assume that he's not saying that everyone who's killed in 9.
But she literally already established the point that they're trying to make 10 seconds earlier. 10 seconds earlier, she already established that it's about the titular concept of blowback. And then she's like, I'm going to assume that he doesn't actually mean that the American citizens who had to jump out of burning buildings deserve to die. I'm going to be charitable and assume that, which is why, again, it's kind of the reason why I don't like the term charitability, because it's like, it's kind of weaponized in this way for people like this. I mean, like, it lets people be bad faith, but then try to act like they're doing you a favor by being bad faith. You know? You're not being charitable. You're being bad faith, but you're just trying to make it seem like you're not. That's all it is. You're doing Hasan a favor by being bad faith.
9/11 deserved it, right? Like that's not the.
We're definitely this is going behind the paywall.
That can't be the argument, right? I mean, the argument has to be that this is like, you know, at the level of international relations analysis, we're describing this as blowback and a consequence in some ways of U.S. foreign policy, right?
So you just don't like how he said it. You're not saying anything meaningfully different. Just say that. Just say, I don't like how he said it. I at least respect the liberals a little bit more, who are just like, I don't like his persona. He says things that are meaningful, and I don't like it. Right? Because I can deal with that. I'm like, okay, I can understand how you get to that position. I think it's just a little silly to focus on, but like, I can understand why you would not like the way Hasan presents some information. But she's like, no, I understand what you're trying to say, right? I understand. I get what you're trying to say, but I'm going to imagine that I don't get it just so I can hate on you some more.
There's better ways to say that than that the U.S. deserved 9/11. Who exactly deserved what? I don't know. And I think the same thing is true. I mean, why did October 7th happen? I think you can certainly just, discuss what actions of Israel.
Listen, if you said what Hasan said, but mapped onto Israel on October 7th, then people at Contrie Points will get mad at you, but like people would understand what you were trying to say, right? Because again, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, I don't like how you're presenting this information. I'd be like, well, is there some truth to the idea that like maybe Israel created the conditions for this to occur in the first place? Right? Again, you can dislike it. That doesn't mean it's incorrect, and you acknowledge that it's not incorrect, but you're just like, this is a problem because I don't like how it was presented.
Created the conditions for that to occur, without necessarily needing to endorse people being slaughtered at a music festival.
But like, whatever. Okay, I genuinely cannot watch an entire 3 hours of this. I literally cannot do it. So I'm going to close the tab right now because I feel like it would be like pulling teeth. Anyway, we can see Hasan get yelled at for talking about Luigi Mangione, or we can talk about this. Should Democrats appear with Hasan Piker? Another piece covering the exact same topic that was been covered for the last 4 weeks.
Brian Lehrer on WNYC. In this midterm election season and looking forward to 2028, one of the debates within the Democratic Party is whether or not Democratic politicians should be willing to appear on Hasan Piker's Twitch stream or include him as a surrogate at campaign rallies. For those not familiar, Hasan Piker is a 34-year-old leftist Twitch streamer touted as a potential Joe Rogan of the left, that is, the host of a show that reaches millions of young voters, especially young men, who get their politics from podcasts and things like Twitch streams rather than conventional news media. Like Rogan, Piker's audience of an estimated 3 million swings young and swings male, seemingly ripe fruit for Democrats looking to win back a swath of party defectors. The problem for the party is that Piker is very outspoken in ways that sometimes get him labeled misogynist, racist, anti-Semitic, and anti-American. In a minute, we'll play a few examples and debate two questions. Is Hasan Piker a hater or a truth teller? And just strategically, is it smart for Democrats to go on his show or smarter to stay away? But here's a little more background. Early this month, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Said, running in the Democratic primary, campaigned with Piker at the University of Michigan and Michigan State. El-Said's campaign said the rallies drew more sign-ups than any other event of his campaign. They also drew condemnation. One of his primary opponents, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, compared Piker to far-right white nationalist streamer Nick Fuentes. So appearing with Piker has become a 2026 litmus test of sorts for Democrats one way or another. Politico had an article about this recently that named 3 Democratic presidential hopefuls for 2028 who say they would appear with Piker. They were California Governor Gavin Newsom, California Congressman Ro Khanna, and former Chicago Mayor and White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel. They're on the yes, I would appear with Hasan Piker side of that. One likely Democratic presidential candidate who Politico included in the no column is New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. Booker affirmed that position when I asked him about it here last month. Here's that exchange.
I'd be honest with you, I was not that familiar with this person until my staff came up to me and showed me a lot of the quotes that he said that seemed to me strikingly wrong and problematic, to say the least. And so I have lots of people, as you heard another caller, that I spend my time with and listen to and talk to. You know, I'm a person that's trying to heal and bring people together from different perspectives. So from what I've been presented by my staff, that's not somebody I want to sit down with.
Senator Cory Booker here last month. A lot of the heat around Piker right now comes from the center-left Democratic Party-affiliated think tank Third Way. Last month, Third Way President Jonathan Cowan, who'll join us in a minute as one of the debaters, co-authored a Wall Street Journal op-ed arguing Democrats are too cozy with Piker. That was in the headline, citing his past comments on Jews, on 9/11, on Israel, and more. Third Way then sent a public letter calling on El-Sayed, the Michigan candidate, to cancel rallies with him. That didn't happen. But the campaign did get other Democrats to publicly distance themselves from Piker, Cory Booker included. So that's some context for that. Piker, for his part, is not stepping away from the controversy. You might say he's leaning into it. Here he is in a Mother Jones interview last week on what all this attention from Third Way and others is doing for him.
This is great for me. These guys don't even understand. This is the marketing campaign, pretty much. You got Fox News and corporate Democrats, AIPAC, ADL, Third Way, all of my enemies, all of the people whose politics I find to be repulsive, all these undemocratic forces in this country, all these fascist forces in this country are screaming from the rooftops.
And now that you have that much context, let's hear some of what Piker actually says about the issues and hear our guests debate how to take it and what's good for the Democratic Party and for the country and for the world. Joining me are Jonathan Cowan, co-founder and president of that center-left think tank and advocacy group Third Way, and Daniel Denver, journalist, host of the Jacobin podcast The Dig, and author of the book All American Nativism. His piece in The Nation that
I'm sure this is actually gets interesting at some point. But I, as a Zoomer, need stimulation for my eyes. I need to see a video or something. It's also 30 minutes long. Subway Surfers? I might could put Subway Surfers on, bro. He's really good when they start debating. Okay, hold on.
responds to Third Way and the Hasan Piker question generally is called Hasan Piker threatens the establishment. That's why they want to destroy him.
Why would you go that way?
Jonathan,
Sorry.
Dan, thanks for engaging. Welcome to WNYC.
Thanks for having me.
Let's jump in with one of the Hasan Piker clips that often gets referenced in these discussions. This exchange from 2019
America deserved it.
when he was a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast along with Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw. The controversial part comes right at the top when Piker says America deserves...
Okay, that's good. Immediately incorrect. Bad journalism. He wasn't on Joe Rogan's podcast. He was watching a Joe Rogan's podcast that Dan Crenshaw was on. So that's actually wrong.
9/11. His context is what the U.S. had done in other countries.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
In a video
and
game.
equipping and enhancing their capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. And the other part is just knowledge. We want to know what's happening.
Like, we f***ing totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We did. In a video game.
So that was in 2019.
He said it in a video game. I don't know. I don't know what you want.
The context slightly wrong. That might have been Piker just on his stream commenting on Daniel Crenshaw's appearance on Joe Rogan. But either way, Piker has since explained what he meant back in 2019 and that he didn't mean civilians ever deserve to be killed. For example, here he is speaking with John Favreau of Pod Save America just last week.
That was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was making this ridiculous argument that, like, we have to go out and fight these people all the time because they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, that's insane. That's not the reason. Like, and this was actually echoed by Robert Kagan, one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, just last week, where he came out and was like, yeah, actually, we have been messing around in the Middle East for, upwards of 60 years, and that's precisely the reason why 9/11 happened, and that's precisely the reason why these guys say death to America and Iran, for example. So, like, that was exactly the same sentiment that I've addressed a million times over, but of course, in this moment, it was a heated response, an impassioned response, and people will consistently use that against me over and over again. Some people hear that
Maybe I
and
need
they
to have
think
my own
I
moment
understand
like
exactly
this.
what's going on.
That's why I'm not popping off on Twitch. I need to have my own America Deserves moment. Well, it's because America Deserves,
Here, some people hear that and go, how heinous. Oh, my stars and garters. I am clutching my pearls. I don't even want to learn what this is about. I don't want to understand what he's saying. His name is Hasan. He must be Al-Qaeda. I mean, and that's fine.
Hasan Piker last week. Here's one more from Piker last week on YouTube on the notion that he is anti-American, in which he might be heard to say, yes, he considers America to be bad in that clip. He starts by stating what people say to him.
You're just saying that because you hate America. You just hate America. You say America bad. You don't ever explain why, even though I do, right? And they never factor in or consider that I want America to be good. That's my advocacy. I want America to be good to its own people, and I want America to be good to other countries.
And one more in this set at Yale just last week on the fall of the Soviet Union at the end of the Cold War being horrible for the world because it enhanced U.S. power.
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century.
Oh, we
Just
never
wait.
finished that.
Listen, maybe you'll agree.
Oh. We never finished the Yale thing.
Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating every Western nation right now. Unlimited and unchecked greed.
So, with those clips as context, Jonathan, is any of that a reason, in your opinion, at Third Way, for Democratic presidential hopefuls and others in the party to not appear with Hasan Piker?
Yes. So, look, Brian, here's our bottom line. Hasan Piker is entitled to whatever views he wants to hold, however heinous, offensive, disgusting, anti-American, bigoted, misogynist, etc. And it's quite well established that he said plenty of things that qualify him just as I described.
Wait,
the question for Democrats
they didn't even get racist, bro. Black people always get left out of this, bro.
Not whether Hasan Piker should have a show, or even if they feel like going on his show and denouncing him. The question is, should Democrats across the board, including people who might run for president, House, Senate, etc., should they elevate Piker? Is that either morally or politically the smart and right thing to do? And I think morally it's clearly wrong. But as a political matter, Democrats are already seen too often as too extreme. Why would it make sense for Democrats to elevate someone this radical, this extreme, who's this much of a bigot and an anti-American? Why would you elevate them if you're trying to actually win back the White House, defeat the extremist in MAGA, and win majorities in the House and the Senate? It's actually insane, and no one has presented a shred of evidence that would make it make sense for Democrats to elevate Piker and his views.
Daniel, your reply, and in the context of those particular clips, which, you know, are about views of the United States.
Yeah, first a general reply and then to those specific clips. The big picture is that this is a ginned-up controversy. Third Way and their allies want to shut down Hasan Piker because, first and foremost, they want to protect a militaristic, far-right Israeli government that's committing genocide in Gaza and waging war against its neighbors alongside the Trump administration. And
compelling argument so far.
On top of that, they want to defend a Democratic establishment against a voter base that has moved dramatically leftward. The voter base of the Democratic Party opposes Third Way's pro-oligarchy, pro-Israel agenda. And to respond specifically to those points, the America Deserved 9/11 line, that was a stupid thing he said and apologized for. But what he was referencing, as he explained in those later clips you played, is that our leaders for years lied to Americans about the historical context of 9/11, pretending that 9/11 just happened in a vacuum, that the U.S. was just minding its own business. Don't get me wrong, it was a horrific mass murder of American civilians, but it did not happen in a vacuum. It would not have happened if the U.S. hadn't been for decades engaging in wars and interventions across the Middle East. Third Way and establishment Democrats who are committed to more foreign wars are doing the American people a disservice to them by lying about this history.
True.
In terms of the Soviet Union, it was one of the great catastrophes of the 20th century when it collapsed. First of all, it led to a huge collapse in living standards across the Soviet Union. This is well documented by scholars. A huge drop in life expectancy, the rise of a criminal oligarchy that looted the country, the very kind of crony capitalist order imposed by the West that's played such a key role in making Vladimir Putin the dictator that he is today. And in terms of the lack of a counterbalance to U.S. power across the world, I mean, that's just common sense.
I don't know, he's cooking though.
Look at Southern Africa, where the Soviet Union and Cuba fought against the U.S. and apartheid South Africa, who were attempting to maintain colonialism in Namibia. And what happens when there's not a counterforce to U.S. power in the world? We have the forever wars in the Middle East that, again, have played such a role in not only destabilizing the whole world, but here domestically in the U.S., making Donald Trump president. Donald Trump, the MAGA authoritarian fascist project, is an enormous danger to everyone in this country and everyone in the world. And Hasan is a rare progressive in an online space where young men are being converted to fascism by people like Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes. He is on the front line of fighting fascism. And so when people like Third Way try to gin up fake controversies and make people like Hasan Piker toxic, it's backfiring. All it's doing is raising his profile, raising the profile of
That's what I remember. Remember I said this first, like months ago. At the beginning of this entire cycle, I was like, all this is doing is making us sound more popular. I'm telling you, I'm on the cutting edge of these things. You think he watches your stream? No, I said it first. I think it's a very easy conclusion to come to, but just know that I said it before anybody else did. That was actually the first thing I said when it first started popping off. I said, this is going to be serve like Hasan growing his platform. He's not going to do what they think he's doing.
It's like Abdul Sayed. But the problem, because it's good for the left, actually, these attacks, the problem with what he's doing is that he's giving cover to the rise of actual anti-Semitic fascists on the far right, like Nick Fuentes. And that's going to be Third Way's true legacy here.
I'll let you go around one more time on that first set of clips, and then I'm going to play another set that goes specifically to the charge of anti-Semitism. But Jonathan, you want to reply to anything Daniel was just saying?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Brian. So Daniel is wrong about literally every single point. First, let's get his facts, correct his facts. Third Way was opposed to the Iraq War, and we've been vociferously and publicly opposed to this war.
I don't think he made a claim about Third Way specifically being like for foreign war specifically. It's talking about like in generality the entirety of the American ecosystem.
So I would just say to all your listeners, take everything Daniel's saying with a pretty big grain of salt, because he opened up this session refusing to actually tell the truth about Third Way. Secondly, it is an embarrassment for not just Daniel, but the entire left that they're defending this anti-American bigot. Someone who's talked about black people, gay people,
we made it.
Jews. I mean, go on down the list.
We made it. We were first mentioned this time. Yeah. You said black like Hasan? True.
In the most offensive, outrageous terms. Let me just cite a couple of quick stats. A recent poll by Echelon Insights found two facts that completely blow away Daniel's case. First, they tested a whole bunch of figures, Trump and Democrats and lots of people, long list of people. The only three people in their list whose unfavorables were double their favorables were Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, two right-wing lunatics, and Hasan Piker. So he is anything but popular.
He does realize that the fact that Hasan even made the list in the first place as an independent Twitch streamer is insane. Like, Tucker Carlson was a part of Fox News for decades. Candace Owens was part of the Daily Wire for over 12 years. Hasan is independent, has always been independent, and is like only one of the only progressive voices on this entire dynamic. So like the fact that he's even there shows how popular he is, right? In the first place. And you have to also include the fact that like his unpopularity comes from the again, people like Third Way, like him, you who's speaking right now, not liking him. And the Republicans also not liking him. Right? But to the average American citizen, and especially to progressives, he is popular. Does it get how big Candace and Tucker are? Probably not. This is hilarious. I think it was 7% liked, 40% not liked. 49, 79%, I have no idea who Hasan is. The funniest part is that like that number probably goes up. It's like that number probably goes down once he just appears on the poll in the first place. Right, even if Hasan himself is not a popular figure, right, which he is, but that's besides the point, what he stands for and advocates for is popular. And polling has shown that specifically. Being anti-Israel is popular. Being anti-establishment is popular. Standing for something is popular, right? Being anti-ISIS is popular. Like, being anti-Republican is popular. Being anti-democratic establishment is popular. These are all popular positions that Hasan holds. And you can't deny that because that's what polling says as well. Now, think about how Nick Fuentes got where he is, totally, while being totally banned for years, still can't even monetize on Rumble. Good.
In the country. Second is, They asked Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents, do you think the party should move more towards the center or move more towards the left, or it's great where it is? 42% said Democrats should move to the center. Only 24% held Daniel's view that it should move more to the left. And if they'd said to him, do you think they should move to the radical left, that percentage would have been even less.
Right.
It is strategically obvious that if Democrats want to win over the middle of the country, they cannot elevate figures like Hasan Piker, who are so radical and so extreme that they will drive away all of the voters we need to beat MAGA and Trump.
Daniel, your reply.
The DNC found in a still secret autopsy of the 2024 election that was reported by Axios that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's support for Israel's genocide in Gaza played a substantial role in her losing the election. 63% of Americans now say there was no reason to go to war in Iran. A majority of Americans' sympathies, according to a Gallup 2026 poll from earlier this year, February, they sympathize with Palestine over the Palestinians over Israeli. Amongst Democrats, that's 65% that sympathize with Palestinians over Israelis, compared to 17% that sympathize more with Israelis. This is not about some abstract call that Democrats should go out there and say, hi, I'm left wing now. It's a call to embrace causes and issues that are popular among Democratic voters. This is support for an end to these forever wars. 84% of Americans say the rich have too much political power. That's 96% of Democrats. These are the sorts of positions that the left is arguing Democrats should take. Those are the sorts of positions that Hasan is popularizing on his stream. And these are the sorts of positions that will allow Democrats to not only beat the MAGA fascist authoritarian threat, but actually address its root causes, which is decades of bipartisan disaster created by establishment Democrats alongside Republicans. Establishment Democrats that, whatever Third Way's official positions on these matters are, have gotten us into forever wars, have put us in a situation where we have an oligarchy running this country, presiding over historic wealth and inequality, an oligarchy whose political expression is now MAGA authoritarianism. And that is exactly what Third Way is arguing for. And it's dangerous because we are living in a very dangerous moment right now as a result of it.
Let's go next to the specific charge that Democratic politicians should shun Hasan Piker.
He did die.
Just for a little more context for those of you just joining us, as I mentioned at the top,
he died unceremoniously too.
Hopefuls who say they would appear with Hasan Piker include Gavin Newsom and Ro Khanna and Rahm Emanuel. On the no side is Cory Booker, for example. And let's go next to the charge that Democratic politicians should shun Piker because he's not just a critic of Israel, he's anti-Semitic and supports Hamas. Here's a clip of him from shortly after the October 7th, 2023 attack. In fairness, this will sound to a lot of people more like he's explaining Hamas than defending them, but his language about Israel and whoever he's addressing here is very tough, including expletives that we bleeped out.
Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting, and then these guys came in with gliders out of nowhere? Don't say off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
That was from shortly after October 7th. Another example is this from 2024.
Is that even true? Was it shortly after October 7th? I mean, I guess define shortly. I thought it was a few months after. Am I tripping? It was very shortly after, was it? That was like a fever dream. That was like the 8th? No, it wasn't the 8th. That wasn't true. That's not true. It was not the 8th. It had to have been like, it was the day after. It was October 10th. It wasn't the 8th. No, it wasn't the 8th. Maybe it was like super early after. It was like his first day back. It was at least a week after. I thought it was a week after. It was actually was on October 7th. I don't think it was on October 7th. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at I am getting old.
Where he reacts to a newscast on an Israeli court ruling that ultra-Orthodox students must be drafted to the military. That report came out in June 2024.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
So calling the ultra-Orthodox inbred is what's gotten attention and criticism there. And one more in this set. This is a post on X that Piker penned on January 9th of this year in response to a protest outside a Queens synagogue where protesters chanted, "Say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here." His post on X reads,
Disavow.
quote, "As a lesser
Disavow. Thank you, chatters.
evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue," unquote, from Piker on X. So Daniel, you'll get the first question this round. Are those things okay with you? And should people like Gavin Newsom and Ro Khanna and Rahm Emanuel be saying yes to appearing with Hasan Piker after he seems to say there that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel?
The smearing of critics of Israel as anti-Semitic is bad faith, it's wrong, and it doesn't work anymore. Allies of Third Way last year tried the same thing against Zohran Mamdani, and he handily won the mayoral election. The movement against the genocide in this country, the movement for Palestinian liberation, is not only not anti-Semitic, it is substantially Jewish. My Jewish mother-in-law is listening right now from Brooklyn. The JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, is one of the leading organizations in the pro-Palestine movement in this country. It is absurd gaslighting to call the left, which believes in universal principles of human life, the equal value of human life everywhere in this world, anti-Semitic. In terms of Hamas, I strongly oppose violence against civilians everywhere at any point, including on October 7th. But what this entire discourse serves to obscure is the fact that since October 7th and since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948 with the Nakba, the catastrophe that displaced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians permanently from their homes, the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of civilians.
Slight aside. Am I crazy? This maybe I am a little bit crazy. Am I crazy? And no beef to people who are saying this. This rubs me a tad bit the wrong way. Right? And I keep seeing the same exact sentiment over and over again. In that, like, you know, why don't the Biden Bros K-Hives or still withering people support Summer Lee? Or like, why does the K-Hive not support Summer Lee? Or why, you know, does Jasmine Crockett supporters not support Summer Lee? And it's like, it rubs me a wrong way, specifically because there's an implication that black people are just supposed to support black people. Like, no, some black people are just stupid, okay? They don't support Summer Lee because they are against Summer Lee's politics, right? They might not know her. No, I think like just like some black people are just dumb. They're dumb. They're dumb and they're liberal. And it's just like the implication here is just like, oh, well, the K-Hivers, you know, you're supposed to support black people. You're not supporting like Summer Lee or whatever. Like they're just anti-progressive. They don't support progressives at all. For this tweet mentions Biden Bros. Yeah, but I was this tweet as like an example. So again, no beef with this person, but I've seen this common thread about like why don't the K-Hivers or why don't the Jasmine Crockett supporters support Summer Lee? It's like, because they're not progressive. They're anti-progressive. You know? Black liberal does what this reply does. It's just like that's the reason. Like, I don't know why we're like acting like that's like not like easily found. They just don't support Summerlee's policies because they're not progressive. Harris even have ideology. Yeah, they're anti-progressive. Like, they position being for Kamala Harris because she's black, but they don't actually care that she's black, right? They care because she's a neoliberal who supports neoliberal policies, and they're actually neoliberal, right? We're talking about K-hivers. We're not talking about black people who just voted for Kamala Harris because, you know, they wanted to vote against Trump. People who are like, I love Kamala Harris, like the Two Raw, Two Reals, they who have like entire compilations being like calling AOC like, you know, all types of names and being like extremely vitriolic towards Rashida Tlaib and Bernie Sanders. Like, of course, that person's not going to support Summer Lee because they're anti-progressive. You know? K-hivers tend to cynically say leftists don't support black women as a shield, so it's a valid criticism of them. No, because it's dumb, because they don't believe that. They don't believe it. And so I feel like it's just a dumb conversation to get into, because now you're just like weaponizing this other black woman against black people, being like, well, support her then if you support black women, when like the real response is they don't care about any of that because they're anti-progressive. But I think these people are anti-progressive because they're just the same reason why like white liberals are anti-progressive, because they are for like neoliberal, pro-capitalist, pro-American interventionist policies. You know? I think it's just I think it's a very cynical way to weaponize Summer Lee, in my personal opinion, when like you should promote Summer Lee because you think that she's a good politician who has good policies, instead of being like, well, y'all love black women, don't you? Support this black woman. You know, it feels weird. It feels weird. I could probably explain it better, but it's something that I've started thinking about. I'm just like, it's a thing that I've seen a lot from just a lot of like white leftists, which I'm like, there has to be a better way for you to defend or support like a black woman progressive, as opposed to just being like, because it's like they're weaponizing like identity politics against those same like liberals who are using identity politics instead of just rejecting it entirely. You know what I mean? Like, you see liberals who are like, I'm doing identity politics to support Kamala Harris, and they're like, okay, well, here's a black woman, support her, instead of actually deconstructing, right, why that type of politics doesn't work, is ineffective, and doesn't actually benefit their lives, and coming at it from that regard. You know? Does that make sense? I don't know. There's something there that I have to kind of work towards. It's because the endless faucet of neoliberal propaganda, Americans have moved past policies defending the person in the status quo versus looking at what she says and championing that cause. We also have to remember that most of the people who are like the like 92% online or whatever, they don't make up most of the American population, right? Most everyday people who voted for Kamala Harris are not like, I love Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. Now, Obama's a little bit different, right? It's like, oh, like, I voted for Kamala Harris because Trump is bad, but like, I wish Kamala Harris represented something better. And so that's where those people are at. And you're like, I feel like this is kind of, I don't know what, I think I closed it. But the whole like, okay, hivers, if you like black women, support Summer Lee instead or whatever. It feels like you're reacting to like 10 people online. It just, I don't know. It feels weird, like a weird way to use Summer Lee in that regard. You know? I would say, just say that we should support Summer Lee because she's dope. Yeah. And not try to tout her usefulness to the movement because her being a black woman in order to use her against the K-hivers. You know what I mean? It feels weirdly like reductive to what Summer Lee stands for. You know, like the only usefulness of a black woman progressive is to be used against those K-hivers. It's kind of how it's positioned. Is there a possibility they do actually believe it and that most Americans are deeply contradictory and stupid in those beliefs? I live surrounded by white people who are K-hivers like that, and they seem to genuinely believe that criticism of Kamala Harris is boiled down to racism and sexism and nothing else. But they don't actually have the level of awareness identifying where they don't practice their own beliefs on it. I mean, I'm sure some people do, like, believe that's the case. But most people, like, genuinely speaking, like, statistically, most people who supported Kamala Harris did not think that she was, like, a fantastic candidate. You know, they just didn't. It was lesser of two evil voting for most people. Like, if you go outside, you talk to people, that's the case. You know, they're not like, I voted for a black woman because she's a black woman. Like, they didn't. And so even during Obama, most people, like most Americans, black and white, whatever, voted for Obama because he stood for a more populist message than Hillary Clinton did in 2012. You know, so like that's just the case. And so that was like an added 2008. Thank you, 2008, and that was just an added benefit for black people to be like, hey, it would be cool to have a first black president. But that's not why many people wanted to vote for him. It's because he stood for something relatively progressive, right? Even though he didn't actually do any of that stuff, right? And so it feels a tad bit, I think, a racist for Obama article in Politico. Yes. At the time, black people didn't think that he could win until Iowa. Yeah, like people didn't think that he would win. And when he did eventually win, it was like, it's cool to have a black president. You know, that kind of shows that America might be changing, and it didn't. But like, you're not gonna like win. Like, Obama didn't win because he positioned himself as the first black president. You know, like, and Kamala Harris didn't win because she didn't position herself enough as the first black woman president. Right, and so my point is that it feels like a weird way to get into the framing that just won't win any votes anyway. You know, Hillary Clinton didn't win or not win based off of her not campaigning enough to be the first woman president. Right? Would it be fair to say that he won despite his skin color? Yes, very much so. And it showed, if you look at what he campaigned on in 2008, that it was like a strictly more populist messaging. Like, even Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, was a watered down, neutered version of fixing the healthcare system, but he still ran on trying to meaningfully change and fix the healthcare system, right? Like, that was a thing that he ran on, right? He ran on the public option. Don't remind me how disappointing Obama was. But like, the point is that it feels like it like the whole like, why don't the K-Hive support Summer Lee? It feels like it's weaponizing Summer Lee as a black woman against like liberal black people, when I don't think that's effective to win. I think it's kind of a silly thing to do, right? I think Summer Lee is like a good enough politician on her own that you don't need to like. I think this kind of came to a head when I saw this. I saw Chiosi's post saying this. I hate this narrative around the mayor not being a mayor for black people. The last mayor was black. He didn't do crap about deed theft, right? Which is true. This is correct. Eric Adams sucked.
Thank you to Mayor Mamdani. You know, I want, can I be real for a second? I hate this narrative around this mayor not being a mayor for black people. The last mayor was black and he didn't do crap on deed theft. So I really want to...
Like, this is true. But I think where my frustration comes is that it feels like the only point of having black people in the progressive movement is to usher them out to be weaponized and used as a defense for the non-black leaders of the progressive movement. Does that make sense? And maybe that's where a little bit of my frustration comes from in the entirety of this dynamic, where it's like black people should be allowed to like speak on black issues and like even be leaders of the movement themselves, right? Without their only usefulness being, hey, I'm a black person. This is me defending this non-black person, right? This is kind of like how I thought, like, it's like, I think some people use me for Hasan, right? Which is where, like, no beef. I don't go to and defend Hasan on anti-blackness anymore, because like this is how I felt like I was being used. It was like, look at this black person who said this about Hasan, defending him. And it's like, I have other thoughts too, you know? But nobody seemed to really care about my thoughts about the other parts of the political landscape. It was only like ushering me out to be like, you know, defending this person against anti-black smears. Does that make sense? Hold on.
Acknowledge this mayor for taking a step and putting money where his mouth is and opening this office. Thank you to Mayor Mamdani. You know, I want, can I be real for a second? I hate this narrative around this mayor not being a mayor for black people. The last mayor was black and he didn't do crap on teen theft. So I really want to acknowledge this mayor for taking a step and putting money where his mouth is and opening this office. Thank you to Mayor.
I feel like they do it to FD a lot too. Yeah, like, I mean, like, it makes sense because like if I'm watching Hasan's stream, it makes sense that like they'll send him links related to Hasan, but it's usually like, did you see FD Signifier defend you in this regard? I'm like, you can see FD when FD talks about something, you know what I mean? Like, else, but it's only like, do you see like how this black person defended you? And it's just like, I do think, unfortunately, I do think there is a role for black people to play in the leftist movement to combat the black liberalism that exists, right? Which is why I do it. I'm never silent on black liberals, because I do think that it's important to combat that. And I don't necessarily trust white liberals to do it effectively. So I will do it in that regard. But it is slightly frustrating when my most popular takes are when I am calling out black liberals and not when I'm calling out white leftists, you know? I think that's equally as effective or important, but that's not engaged with. So when I'm calling out white leftists, it's I'm a liberal, I go over there. But when I'm calling out black liberals, it's like, oh, now I'm useful to the movement. Now my words will be heeded, you know? Let me know if that makes sense. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what my take is in this regard, but it's something that slightly frustrated me about the way that like black leftists are even utilized in the movement as kind of like only useful when our identities insulates us from being called racist for calling out black liberals. And so white leftists will use us to call out black liberals by proxy, but will never listen to black leftists when we levy criticisms of the space itself. You know? And it feels like that a little bit when it comes to the way Summer Lee is weaponized. Which way I'll give Hasan his respect. But like Hasan does not do that for Summer Lee, right? And Hasan will get my respect for this as well. Like he will highlight Summer Lee or Cori Bush, which he's doing a stream with Cori Bush soon, which is actually pretty cool. But he'll like highlight them as just being like the same as like going on like stream with like Abdul. I think that's very cool. That is a very good thing that Hasan does. You know? And that's where Hasan is different than other white leftists in that regard, where I think Hasan operates in that a lot better, which is why I have a higher standard for Hasan when he messes up, because I think he knows better, right? But I will give him respect on this. He does do that very well, more than I think from other leftists, for sure. So I will be fair about it, you know? I will critique Hasan when I think that it's fair and valid, but I will give him the credit that I think he deserves. I think he deserves credit on that front. Nah, no more glaze. No more glaze. I'm done with the glaze. It says too, because black folks were far more organized leftists than white folks in this country at times when it really mattered. See history reduce them to a cudgel against the current movement is so whack. Yeah. And I will be there for the critique and silent for the phrase. Okay. Black man gives a side credit. I'm showing this to ASAP. So why can't brown people be a part of the movement? I mean, it extends to brown people as well, for sure. You know, just to start sharing your Valorant clips instead of takes. I haven't played Valorant in a while though, so that's what's frustrating. Maybe I'll do more Valorant clips soon. Ow. Anyway, as a slight little aside from what we were talking about before.
Key question in this,
which was we're looking at this, but yeah, I don't know. I just think that like it's something that I gotta think about. I was worried chatters were gonna do this with Summer Lee. I'm glad you mentioned it. Yeah, it's just I think that the Summer Lee thing where it's just like when people are like, why don't the K-Hive support Summer Lee, or why don't black liberals support Summer Lee the way that they support Kamala Harris? I think it's a weird way to position Summer Lee, where like you don't need to like weaponize this black person against the other black people. Right? Like it's just not necessary, in my personal opinion. Cause it's the same way I said before, where like white people are allowed to exist in the entirety of the political landscape, but black people could only exist in this very small subset, right? Like you don't see like, I don't know, like you don't see white men being weaponized in that way. You're like, oh, why do, white liberals only support this white liberal, but not, like people understand that it's because those white liberals are anti-progressive. But there's an expectation for black people, right, to position themselves, in supporting like black people holistically when like some black people are just stupid, and that's fine. And that's valid. Black people can just be stupid, and we can combat that as black people just being dumb and anti-progressive without being like, you're black, you need to support Summer Lee because you're black, right? Because we understand that it's silly if a black person said that about Kamala Harris, so why are we reinforcing that when it comes to being like, now you're expected to support this black person because they're also black? I think there's better ways that we can frame Summer Lee as being beneficial to the movement without reducing her down to just being a black woman on the basis of her identity. If that makes sense. 80K, thank you for the gifted sub. Black people are not immune to liberal propaganda in the same way that white people, and that's why, yeah. When it comes from a white person, I feel like they're blaming black people for Kamala's popularity. She's just a good candidate. There's so much more to focus on than her race. Yeah. And I think if you focus on her good policies, you'll actually change the minds of those black people more than just saying she's a black woman, vote for her. Right? Because I hate it when people do that for Kamala Harris. I think it won't be effective if you do it for Summer Lee either. Right? Just show her policies to black people. I guarantee you they'll like it. Except for those black people who are anti-progressive. Right? And deciding and distinguishing anti-progressive black people versus black people who are just voting for Kamala Harris because she was just the option that was there is an important distinction. But I think my problem is that I think a lot of white leftists don't see them as different. But that's making it identity policies, and policies are more important always, at least to me, no. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that if you say that she's a black woman, so you should be supporting her K-hivers, you're engaging with identity politics. You're doing the same identity politics that you disagree with if you do that. Right? Because you're not going to change their mind because they don't care about the fact that she's a black woman. They're only using that to justify themselves. And so it's you're doing the same thing that they're doing. And I don't think it's effective. I think it's a silly discussion to get into. And it's more effective to just, promote Summer Lee as an individual person based on what she says, which are good policies, instead of being like, you should support this black woman because she's a black woman because you support Kamala Harris. I just don't think it's effective. I don't. There's a. I have to think about a better way to frame this for people so that it makes more sense because I don't think I'm describing it well enough. So I'm just gonna end this discussion here because I don't think I'm saying it any better if I just keep repeating it. I have to think about a way to frame it more, that it's easier to understand why it's frustrating the way that black people are used and weaponized against black liberals. Anyway, conclusion is support Summer Lee because I think Summer Lee is cool. And I think that they should hire me for their digital position because I think I'm cool too.
Killed have been Palestinian, and it is right and just to criticize Hamas for killing civilians on October 7th, but this demonization that somehow Hamas is of a different order of magnitude more evil than the state of Israel, all it seeks to do is obscure the history that scholars have written a lot of very interesting books about, of why there's armed resistance in Palestine and why there's always armed resistance under a military occupation. So, the left is taking a position here that is in line with Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. And I wonder if Jonathan would agree with that assessment, or if he will continue to believe that Israel should be able to act as it wishes towards the Palestinians. There is one way to stop the crimes that Israel is committing in the Middle East, and that is a full
What is this guy
arms
doing?
embargo
I'm sorry.
on that country.
I'm sorry. That was just so distracting.
We cannot give more weapons to a country that is murdering Palestinians and committing murder in
do
Lebanon
Minecraft parkour
and
instead.
dragging the U.S. into another disastrous war in Iran. And everything that Jonathan is arguing here is just an attempt to obscure that debate. And that is a debate that the vast majority of Democratic voters agree with the left on.
Sure.
That Palestinian liberation is important, that the U.S. should not be complicit in genocide. And this anti-Semitism thing, it is just absurd, it is offensive, and it is backfiring, and it is actually weakening the very moral urgency of combating actual anti-Semitism that we are seeing emerge from literal Nazis on the far right, like Nick Fuentes, that Jonathan and his buddies are giving cover to. It's really shameful and gross, frankly.
Just so you react to the other instance that I cited, calling the ultra-Orthodox inbred, does that strike you as anti-Semitic?
No, it doesn't strike me as anti-Semitic. It strikes me as rude and not the sort of language I've used. But there's documented evidence of Hasan calling dozens of far-right individuals, most of them Americans, inbred. It's an insult he uses for far-right people. I wouldn't use it, but it has nothing to do with Jews. And it's incredibly disingenuous, the fake controversy, pretending that it does.
Jonathan, your response.
I disagree.
Look, it's really embarrassing for Daniel and everyone on the left that once again they keep defending for and apologizing for a laundry list of things that.
What is he? What do you think that? I don't know what he expects or what he wants. He's just like, it's embarrassing. Okay, so what? Like,
Piker says that are bigoted, anti-American, anti-Semitic, misogynistic, anti-black. I mean,
yay, we made it again.
Why is the left defending all of these horrible
Great
things
question.
that he says? And
I'm with you,
Can you
bro.
respond to anything I said, Jonathan?
As if.
Sorry. The quickest way to get my support is just mention anti-blackness. I'm right there with you. You're so right. I don't care who you are or what you're saying, but you're speaking facts. Okay.
As
Anything?
if you
let
can't
him go. You'll get another round each.
As if you
go ahead,
can't
Jonathan.
have a legitimate debate about U.S. foreign policy, but that debate somehow can't be separated out from this misogynistic, anti-American. It's a pathetic position the left has put themselves in. Secondly, is let's just, we got to slow down on these things. I mean, if Hasan Piker had described any other group as as he said, which is, I'm quoting him, "You are left with a country that is packed to the effing gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultranationalist."
I mean, does any other group get to have their own ethno state? I think we all decided that having an ethno state is bad. And so, yeah, if you made it a situation where like another group had an ethno state where they need to maintain an ethnic majority in order to be a valid state, then like, yeah, if you reverse the roles in that way, then sure, maybe.
Rabid population. If he said that about any other group in the world or in the United States, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He would be completely shunned. So it is very blatantly anti-Semitic that that Daniel says, "Oh, I don't like the language," except if it were said about any other group, he would openly denounce it.
Just to quickly follow up, you heard what he said about how Piker applies that to people on the right as a sort of general insult, that it wasn't.
Dang. A homie can't even ride a horse anymore. His song's getting canceled for riding horses now. The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? He is the rich. He's been rich his whole life. He gets special treatment on Twitch no one else ever received. Wait. No one else received even Twitch thoughts? Okay, bro. Don't have his level of impunity. Well, ask McCall. Hasan Piker was literally a fat little rich kid with a pony. Now he makes a fortune selling Eat the Rich to Nepo commie kids. Hey, I am not a Nepo, nor am I a commie. Or a kid. Yeah, you can't even ride a horse anymore. Tisk tisk, you know?
Particularly.
But hey, if he's a fat little rich kid with a pony growing up, can he pay for my education, bro? College is expensive. Do you know how much it costs for a year at Howard, out of state? Too much money. 60? Ah, close. No, it's more. It's $80,000, bro. I don't make $80,000 like that. I ain't got that kind of money. Here's a scam because what? Yeah. Housing without housing and food and transport too. No, that's actually with housing and transport and food. That's the entirety of the year. Start writing the scholarship essays. There are none open, bro. Listen, it's my fault for applying literally 12 days before the application closed. Maybe that's on me. For deciding to apply and then applying 12 days before the application closed. But financial aid, it hasn't come in yet. I haven't got my financial aid package yet. So, but as of right now, they're not offering me any money. But I also haven't been able to see it. So. Who knows? I don't know. College costs are never mentioned in politics anymore. It's the same base college, nearly $100,000 a year, and located at an area with median income of $35K. And a median household of $55K. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. It's going straight to the college fund. Because I'm going to CEO of black people. I tried to. They were like, sorry, 8,000. But yeah. It's okay, Biden will cancel your student loans during the second term. The reason why I'm anti-Biden is because he lied about canceling my first student loans. But, yeah, I have nothing to add to this, bro. It sucks. But it's all right. It's okay. Should I do some insider trading on college here? Yeah. Yeah. 420 people in here. Yeah, if everybody in here currently gives me $20,000, then we're up. Then we're here, you know? Or no, sorry, $2,000. All right, everybody, start forking over your $2,000. You can pay for my first year of college. First time I watched it, I'm a big fan of FD and Hasan. I'm pretty new to the movement. Wondering what's your most common criticism of white leftists or any other black leftist content creators you recommend? For not respond, I just thought I'd ask because I agree with all your perspectives so far. There's a video on my YouTube channel called "The White Leftist Problem." You can watch that. It has a lot of my criticisms in it. If you're watching FD, you're already halfway there. There's a lot of good leftists out there. There's Think Peace Tribe on YouTube and on TikTok. You have Lil Bill. You have Doodleburb. You have Foreign Man in Foreign Land. You have the Jam Pod. You have Mikey on TikTok as well. Andrewism. You have who else we have? Cam James. I already said Lil Bill. Black Red Guard. You have Sean for more fun stuff. True, you have Sean C. He does more like music and stuff, but he's still a leftist. Don't let him ever tell you otherwise. Juleezy. I think I've heard that name before. Any women? No. Struggle 4 is a good. And I said Dudaber's non-binary. Arun's not a black leftist, to be fair. Hair Soup, I forgot she was on Jubilee. You have Hair Soup, you have Cat Black, you have Audrey Rains, you have Xena as well. Xena's on freaking Twitch now, apparently. Samaya on TikTok and on Twitter. I don't think Tina Noir is around anymore. Am I tripping? I don't think I've seen a Tina Noir video in like 2 years. Does Khadijah still do YouTube? I think Khadijah's also gone. They are on Patreon. Oh, if Sean doesn't have a cultural embargo, listen. I cannot get conscious. Recommend Ole. But if y'all want to recommend Ole, then all for you. That's all I'll say. Listen, maybe I'll recommend her when she unblocks me. I don't have any beef with her. There's a few of us out here. There's a few of us out here for sure. It's great to let this Sean Barlow get you. Listen, I was still correct, okay? I'm right and I'm correct, but whatever. It is kind of funny because, like, even for, like, Ole, it's whatever. I don't have any beef with her. But there's one person who I will never recommend, and I won't even say their name. Because they suck and they're bad. Right? So I can have my disagreements with somebody, but I can still think that they're chill and they're fine. But, like, if you're just, like, a bad person, and you're just, like, gross and mean, then you'll get no respect from me. In the first letter, I've talked about them before. It's the guy who made a diss track on me. That guy sucks. With Ethan heavily. No. He's a black leftist. But then he came for me for some reason. Because me and Ole had our disagreement. And I don't even have any beef with Ole, but I have beef with that guy. That guy sucked. Because I think he's jealous of me. Probably jealous I'm going back to school too. That guy sucks. I'm eating popcorn right now. Christian Divine's also good, but he's being canceled right now, so tread carefully. You got some into Rage's stream last night. I've never seen a song more uncomfortable. No, but that's why Maya is better. Maya's my goat. Maya was never uncomfortable in Rage's stream. Anyway, let's continue.
singling out Jews?
I know, but here's the thing. Every single thing that Piker says, every single thing. I mean, just for example, you started us off with America Deserved 9/11, dude. I didn't hear in your thing an apology for that, in which Piker said, that is disgusting, I said it. It is, I should never have said that 3,000 Americans deserve to be killed. That is wrong, I'm ashamed. I will never say anything like that again. He didn't say anything. He doesn't apologize for it. Again, if someone says one or two things in their career that are profoundly offensive and disgusting, maybe. Every single week.
Maya is my GOAT because unlike some of these other streamers, she actually engages with black culture. Her favorite artist is Pop Smoke. She went to the hood with Rage. To be fair, so did Austin. Maya, my GOAT. Oh.
Week in and week out, he says the same thing. He says, I will quote you on this. I will quote him. If you have these effing millionaire, billionaire WASPs sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire, billionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a Italian perspective, a little better. So here is a guy who is explaining away and justifying date rape because it occurs between people who are very wealthy, who he considers spoiled. He says, I quote, I don't give an F what black people care about, end quote. I could go on and on and on and on. This is not a debate about U.S. foreign policy. This is a question of whether Democrats who want to win over the middle of the country should align themselves and elevate a guy who is this anti-American, misogynistic, and offensive. That's the only relevant question. Everything else is a smokescreen.
Let me play one more clip, the one you just referenced, something that Hasan Piker said about black people and, you know, in political context.
We made it!
And then you'll go around one more time, and then we're out of time. This is on his alleged racism, or at least dismissing the concerns of black Americans as...
I'm telling you, Chet, if they find the real stream, it's over. We're never not going to hear about it. That's going to be all that they talk about forever and ever and ever now.
Just a cover for reactionary politics. This is from 2024.
Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man,
sorry,
shut
the Rama stream.
The up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about. The Democratic Party literally is going to lose, even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Oh, black people care about this, black people care about that. Like, shut the up. That's not how politics works. I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay?
So
the funniest part about this is like one of the things I actually agree with Hasan on. He's correct on, but golly, he got clipped so badly for that. It does sound very bad. It sounds really bad. So like, yes, I don't care what black people think is. I don't know, rewording. It makes sense. It makes sense in the context that he's talking about. I'm like, I get it. I understand what he's trying to say, but man, if you're a black person and you hear that, you're just like, what? Yeah, and like, I don't necessarily expect every black person to be like, oh, a white guy said something that I perceive as racist. Let me go see what that's about. You know, like, that's not an expectation that I have of like black people. They'll just be like, wow, another anti-black racist who's popular online. What a surprise. And they'll just move on, right? Like, that's kind of how it will happen. and then that will make it next time it comes up, it'll be like a whole other thing. And so it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. That is fair. But like in this specific context, I think he's like he should have reacted better for sure. But like I think overall, like the person he's talking about is dumb. Right? Who was just like, no, you don't understand. Black people really care about the border as an issue. Like I'm sorry, like I can't even mess with defense for that one. What am I supposed to say to that, bro? Like, he has a white guy saying that, and even if a black person was saying that, like it's such a silly thing. Like, the answer is no, they don't. I think that's kind of where Hasan messed up. Is the answer is I guess he can't say that because he's not black. So he doesn't want to speak for black people. But no, they don't. That's not true. Black people don't care about the border. It's a lie. You know what I mean? Like that's just not correct, right? And from a theoretical perspective, like even if black people did care about the border, which they don't, it wouldn't change the dynamic that like focusing so much and so heavily on border policies is dumb and stupid and it's dehumanizing, but black people don't care about the border. You know what I mean? Like, so I get what he's saying, but the way he said it allows the clip to just not look very good.
Daniel, I don't give an F what black people care about is the quote that jumps out from that longer thing. Wait.
But it's not what the actual segment's about. The actual segment's about.
So let me just set up that we have a limited amount of time left. Take about a minute to address that and to go.
I do love that this is kind of the equivalent of saying basically, like reading a quote from a book that says, and then the doctor said black people were stupid, and then clipping out you saying black people were stupid and being like, see, the quote that matters here is he said black people were stupid, end quote. I'm like, what about the stuff that came before the quote? You know what I mean? I feel like that's a little bit important to the conversation. And like, nope, sorry, doesn't matter. You said the words in sequence, black people were stupid, therefore you're now cooked, canceled. Canceled. That's so funny.
Go back at Jonathan for his last answer, then him, and we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd to claim that clip is Hasan saying he doesn't care what black people think. The segment is critiquing establishment Democrats for inventing like a monolithic black person's opinion to argue against the left. That's what's going on there. Hasan has had, I mean, the thing about this and this whole ginned up controversy invented by Third Way and their allies is that it depends upon the idea that the American public and specifically the base of the Democratic Party is stupid. But they can listen to that clip and understand that Hasan is in no way saying that. It's absurd to say that he's saying that black people.
Is that a thing, Hasan? I actually don't know. Oh, right, the microphone is here.
Opinions don't matter. It's equally absurd to say that Hasan supports date rape. What he's critiquing there, what he's mocking there, because it's a humorous podcast, Twitch stream, that's why people listen to it. What he's critiquing there, what he's mocking is the WASP elite, which, think back to Brett Kavanaugh and his confirmation, is full of the normalization of preppy, rich white guys date raping people. He is critiquing that. And again, he is critiquing that in a space, in an online space where actual far-right Nazi misogynists are recruiting young men every day, and he is in the trenches fighting that, bringing them over to a humanistic, universalist, anti-racist, feminist politics. That is what Hasan is doing, and undermining Hasan is doing nothing but elevating.
I will say, this guy actually has probably the best defense of Hasan that I've seen for a while. Like Hasan usually doesn't get like as succinct defense as this. Like this is actually a very good defense of like if you didn't know anything about Hasan, you'd be like, that actually kind of makes a lot of sense. Like that's there's respect.
empowering the far right. And I'm really curious, with all of this ginned up controversy that Jonathan is putting out there, if Jonathan thinks that U.S. intervention across the Middle East had anything to do with creating the context that led to the horrific murder of American civilians on 9/11, I'm curious if Jonathan supports an arms embargo on Israel, if he, like the vast majority of Democratic voters, opposes Israel's genocide in Gaza, and if Jonathan recognizes that Israel is indeed committing genocide in Gaza, because I bet the answer is no.
Jonathan, do answer his direct question and say anything else you want in our last minute.
Yeah, okay, shout out to the moderator too, because he was like, Jonathan, that's a question for you. You got to answer that. He asked you a direct question. Go ahead and answer those, and then whatever else you want to say.
That'll be the last word.
Because a bad moderator would be like, well, Jonathan, sticking to the topic that we are trying to discuss here, which is Hasan, like, you know what I mean? Usually moderators would be like, okay, just ignore that, Jonathan. Go back to what the topic is. He's like, no. Go ahead and speak to it, Jonathan.
Daniel and his allies continue to try to make this debate about something other than what it is. It's a smokescreen to cover up for the singular question that matters to Democrats, which is, should you elevate Hasan Piker and his views? I'd like to actually...
That's not the question that that Democrats care about. I'm sorry. The voter base do not, as you said yourself, do not care about Hasan Piker. They're like, actually, you're asking me a lot of questions about like the real issues that are happening in the world or whatever. But have you considered the fact that we're here to talk about Hasan instead?
Give the last words to Hasan Piker, quote, America is truly the Fourth Reich with nukes, end quote. Quote, F this refugee, okay?
Wait, yeah, you're like third way, the liberal institution. Who do you think the president is? Yo, J.D. Vance, the current vice president, called the current president Hitler. So he seemed to think that it was analogous. So like, oh so yeah, we covered the Netanyahu thing.
This South Vietnamese emming refugee living in America, why don't you go back and live in effing South Vietnam? About property owners. Kill them. Kill those mother effers and murder those mother effers in the street. Let the streets soak in their effing red capitalist blood, dude. Lastly, between Vance and Newsom.
I'm sorry. I can't with the dude. Dude. That's so Hasan.
Quote, I'd probably vote third party at that point. It doesn't even matter. Go on. Keep defending this guy and apologizing for him and lose all of your moral credibility if that's what you choose to do. But as a matter of strategy for Democrats, aligning with someone this anti-American and this repugnant, misogynistic, and bigoted, there is not a shred of evidence that would be helpful for Democrats for beating the MAGA right and expanding their majorities.
There you go. Genocide.
Well, he's incorrect. It actually is demonstrated to be super helpful because Abdullah Saeed jumped super far into the polls after campaigning with Hasan. So,
give a reply to his direct question.
What direct question?
Do you acknowledge that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, or do you deny it?
Do you acknowledge that Hasan Piker is a bigoted...
Interesting. Now I kind of see why he's pretty anti-Hasan. Yeah, maybe all of this is kind of a smokescreen for what you actually believe. Yeah.
Anti-Semitic,
all right, there's the
misogynist.
answer. There's the answer. You support Israel's genocide
and
in Gaza.
There's the
You've
answer.
Discredited yourself before the world and before the Democratic primary.
And there is your answer, which is
Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, the International Association of Genocide Scholars.
Like, I'm sorry, third way guy, but like I think it matters a little bit more if you condemn a genocide than whether or not this guy from Jacobin condemns Hasan. Like if you had to put someone, even if I thought Hasan was like a terrible person, if it's like, would you rather have somebody who refused to condemn a genocide or refused to condemn this Hasan Twitch streamer guy? I know which one I'm gonna pick. Even if I'm like, I hate Hasan, but like, you know, Hasan bad, genocide worse. Which one do I choose?
All of
and
his
you
bigotry.
support the
All
mass
right,
murder
now that
of
we've
people with
gotten
U.S.
both
weapons.
to the,
That's
both to
really
the end of our
bad and
time, and you're
disgusting.
talking over each other, we will leave it there without settling the conversation about Hasan Piker's place in the Democratic Party or in
Jordan
relation
Gamble,
to
thank you for the
Democratic
2
Party
months.
politicians. But
Much appreciated.
listeners now, hopefully,
Wait a
maybe
minute.
you're more informed about.
I could have just done this. Hold on. There's a way to do it. Yeah. How do I do this? I could have just done this the entire time.
About multiple points of view on that. We thank Daniel Denver, journalist, host of the Jacobin podcast, The Dig, and author of the book All American Nativism is Peace in the Nation. That response to our other guest is called Hasan Piker Threatens the Establishment. That's why they want to destroy him. Jonathan Cowan, who's been our other guest, is co-founder and president of that center-left think tank and advocacy group Third Way. His op-ed in the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, that's it. That was it. Okay, I'm glad we watched that. That was an interesting debate. It's Black liberals versus people more left. It's top of the covering controversy around Jake and Hasan. Hold on. Did we cover Tabitha already? Or is this a new one? Oh, it's a new one. All right, we're down. You know we love to watch some Tabitha Speaks here. Gosh darn it. I closed the tab by accident. Did you watch the Phone Ideas video? We also watched the Big Joe one on Beast Games. We'll put it on the docket. How do I? There we go. Presented by Scott Jennings, but also interesting. It's 25 minutes though. Here, I won't leave you with Tabitha Speaks. I'll leave you with this pirate software video before we continue.
Be surprised that I am making
Enjoy
this
this,
video
I'll be right
right now. And no, it's not because it's a pirate video. I'm not going for the sarcasm route here. Pirate Software's crew, more specifically his first mate, that being Kronos, his head moderator, and the rest of his mod team have either been fired or jumped ship. And in doing a bit of research, there has been some very interesting details that have come out surrounding this mass exodus / firing that has just gone down. Like Pirate apparently calling Kronos a parasite, as well as the rest of the moderation team seemingly starting to jump onto the Pirate Software hate train. We had some sleeper cells from Quaker Nation infiltrate the very public Discord that Kronos has himself, where he hopped into a voice call alongside a lot of the other mods who seemed to just be chatting, and it seems that they were having some conversations in regard to their tenure working for Pirate Software, and I would say the negative aspects of that, which are going to become very apparent. And I thought to myself, well, given the severity of what is going down here with a lot of the Pirate Software community, you know, leaving the community leaders, well, I guess to me it just feels like the Pirate Software ship is finally sinking. So I figured now would probably be the best time to bring back the limited time doubling down merch.
Quick change, Quintio here. That is right. We are bringing them back mainly because I just want to get another one because it's really fucking comfy. It's not called doubling down. If you're right on the front, beautiful. Switch it over to the back. The beautiful decal. For those that will scream, he's doubling down. Yes, I damn well am.
This has genuinely gone through over 100 washes at this point. I'm blown away that it is still stuck together. So hey, if you wanna get yours, check out the shop, which you can find at quintio.printify.me. That is right. I will leave a link in the pinned comment down below for you guys to check out the super sick swag. And not only that, but we have the brand new Quaker Nation, established 2023, the Drama Frog Go Milk Yourself mugs. So if you wanna sip coffee while you're checking out the news, or I don't know, Red Bull. I like Red Bull. You can do it with this sick cup. Now, if you've been keeping up with any of the recent drama surrounding I'm Fetus getting his Twitch ban, things like that, this may come as a bit of a shock because Kronos was interacting during that time and communicating with the different parties, including I'm Fetus. Now, this got brought to my attention through my Discord, as we have a couple of threads for, you know, drama discussion. Speaking of, hey, check pin comment. Might have the Discord link if you're 18 and up, like to play video games, chat drama. But you can see here it says no longer engaged on pirate software work or associated with him. Contact him directly or go to his Discord server. Now that is not worded, I would say, in a very positive way. But of course, that could just be how I'm perceiving this. Let's just kind of go into more of the details. Now, just one more tiny prerequisite. The only person that I'm going to be like showing their Discord name and stuff is going to be Kronos. But for the sake of just like keeping it nice and simple.
Wait, Kronos left the team? That's his lawyer.
I am going to have blacked out all the other names. Now, I have reached out to 2 other separate mods to see if they were willing to comment. I'll also include screenshots of those. They were not interested in having a conversation. I don't necessarily blame them, but wanted to show you guys that I made some sort of effort to reach out to them. After those 2 responses, I figured, okay, I think I know.
Honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if he can't pay them anymore, right? It's like he expanded too quickly when he was like at like 14,000 viewers, and now he's like at 2,000 or so, which is not nothing, but it's not enough to be paying what you if you're buying your mods houses, you know.
How they're all going to be, and I even shot a whisper to Kronos, but of course he did not reply. And he's got me blocked on every other platform. So this is kind of like the first evidence to show you guys, to show what I'm talking about here. This is Kronos in a VC call, as screenshotted here, with a few other mods, as well as I think a few ex-members of Pirate's Discord. And there's a bit of chatting here. You know, it just kind of seems like, you know, Kronos is speaking out loud and the rest of them are pretty much just like, you know, chatting by typing in the VC chat. Now, again, I don't have concrete proof that they're always talking about Pirate, but using context clues, I think it's easy to kind of understand sometimes when they're for sure probably talking about him. In this case here, right behind me, somebody here says, just anything that might be used against him or proved him wrong gets nuked. The fuck? Now, from what I understand, most of these messages come from around this same VC over the course of a couple of hours in that evening. And I'll just be reading through the main points, but feel free to pause and read the additional stuff at your own pace, whatever. But the top one here to start. So what is this nuke that's dropped that I've apparently missed? It sounds mad. And someone replied to them down here. Thor accused Kronos of being a parasite and removed his mod access to Discord / Twitch / etc. That is where I'm getting this, you know, he was called a parasite thing. And it seems like shortly after that, he ends up putting in his 2 weeks. I say that because in this other screenshot here, we can see, this, gonna prepare the catapult. Right after that, the prepare the catapult. K, I'm assuming Kronos already gave notice, don't stress. They also follow up, and now this kind of seems to get into them, you know, airing their grievances with Pirate, saying, common, all the collab and raids you did to all different people, versus Thor on a loop only raiding the ferrets does say a lot, seemingly talking about him being selfish. Another previous mod saying just waiting for PS stream and general chat to realize it. I'm assuming realize that all of the mods have disappeared. Someone else saying same here for Block Game. I actually have a really funny clip in regard to that. Not exactly the same, but very similar. Now, Block Game was this like Minecraft thing that Pirate Software was working on with one of the mods here as like the lead kind of Java developer for it. Which they ended up stepping down because Pirate wanted it all to be converted over to Hightail, which was a huge job to do, and the mod was like, I'm not capable of doing this at this time. But Block Game wasn't receiving updates, and apparently it had been down for 4 days, and nobody noticed until Thor got a text-to-speech in his stream chat literally today or yesterday, as the time that you're watching this. And here's that clip.
Block Game is down. It's been down for like 4 days, and no one said a word. I'll go put it back up. I was trying to see how long it would take before somebody actually checks.
What's Hightail? It was.
But nobody seemed.
Minecraft, new Minecraft thingy that was released in recently, last year. It's okay. Hot. I will say. I hate bosses who do this. I had a boss that would do this, which is like sabotaging the work, hoping that like your employee notices, realizes, and then comes to you to like show initiative. It's so gross. Testing you, yes. It's like, yeah, as a manager, I stopped messaging my employees first, waiting for them to come to me instead. And they didn't come to me, so like they didn't really have initiative. I'm like, what are we talking about here, bro? I'm coming here to do a job. If I'm an employee, especially if I'm an intern, I'm going to continue doing the last thing that I was doing and last thing I was told to do, which is work on this project. If you're not gonna come to me and be like, you know, you need to do this, then why would I change what I'm doing? It's so gross. And then if you don't go to them and be like, hey boss, I realize you're not talking to me anymore. Are you mad at me or something? If you don't do that, if you don't debase yourself into doing that, then they'll assume that you don't really want the job anyway. It's so gross. That's a personal thing that I have. I dislike it so much.
I was trying to see how long it would take before somebody actually checks. But nobody seemed to care.
Oh, you can hear that resentment building. Holy shit. But nobody seemed to care. Now, the following screenshots are not in any particular order, maybe just because I think that's going to be a better viewing experience for you guys, but truly this is just kind of a highlight reel of some of the stuff that they were saying. This one right here, people are saying hi to each other, and then I think they're, again, talking directly to Kronos here while he's in call. I think you were a shield for a lot of BS. And then a bunch of people saying, I canceled mine from renewing. Mine will expire soon. Will end in June. I believe they're talking about their subscriptions to Pirate. Following up in this one, it's kind of clear that the other moderators really were not a fan of Pirate software. Probably not even Kronos himself towards the end. Someone said here, there's a reason why I wanted this community to be good for you and for all the mods to be chill and be safe from him. Someone said, well, you did lure in people with someone's name. You're a warmer person. He and the community were begging you to stream. And then someone else saying you are the reason why he didn't lose mods and other streamers quicker. Now, this could be Kronos. It could be also they were chatting amongst each other, a different mod in this chat here. But still, like, making a point like you're the reason why he didn't lose mods and other streamers quicker is crazy. And I do want to jump in and just make it clear, I'm not doing this to be like, aha, I told you so or anything. I'm actually really surprised that the full mod team has dropped. It really seemed like these people were ride or dies. And from my understanding, with as long as they had lasted alongside him, I thought that maybe Pirate had been treating them better than how he treats his community at times versus how he treats people that are more, public facing.
I think he's paying them less because he's making less money. Genuinely. And there's less of an incentive for them to stay around. Right. There's also, I wouldn't be surprised if he fired some mods because he just has less viewers to moderate, you know? Like when he had like 14,000 viewers, you need like way more mods than if you have 2,000 viewers. If you're paying your mods the same amount when you had 14,000, when you had 2,000, you're losing a lot of money. So I won't be surprised if like that kind of played a role in this. Well, John Farmer's milking Pirate for whatever they can. This guy seems to be more objective about it, at least. Now, don't mistake yourself. This guy is a pure drama pervert. If you look at his videos, just take a little peeksies. It actually happened. Pirate's mod team quit. How could there possibly be more? This band made no sense. Pirate's Harvard can't help himself. You know. This is like 5 videos last 7 days. And you have Collicular a few times. He's back. Before, you also had Tectone stuff as well. You have Mizkiff. He lied. It's pure drama pervert. Right? That's a Hasan video here as well. The full story about Hasan electrocuting his dog. Like, it's just like pure drama pervert. Right? Done in formula alone. Yeah, he changed to red thumbnails. He used to have like thought he used to have like yellow thumbnails, or maybe that was a different person. But it's very drama perverty. But you know, it's good to see what the drama perverts are saying sometimes.
Like the dramas that we've talked about, but that is just simply not the case. As a matter of fact, one of them pointed out that one of the reasons that they stopped watching him was how mean he was being to his viewers. There's just some kind of like chatting between them, and then right at
That's
the bottom
how I feel
here,
about Hasan. He yells at us too much.
my biggest problem with him and why I stopped watching him was the casual cruelty he showed to members of the community. And so again, this wasn't just reserved for, you know, just random members of the community. It was clear that it was also him treating his mod team like this, including Kronos, like calling him a parasite and all this after, you know, pretty much everyone has dipped on Pirate. Most of his fan base, most of the viewers that he would have had are completely gone. And now it seems like he is also just turning on everyone that's close to him. Or maybe this has been a very slow burn over the course of the last couple of years, and now it's finally culminating because he probably can't pay them. Or at the very least, he can't pay most of the mod team that he originally had when he was talking about, you know, paying for their dental and having them have insurance and full paid, you know, full-time jobs. Another interaction here, someone says, Toxic X could be referencing, you know, what's being chatted about. But someone says, or he does some BS to community.
I'm a bit amenable to Pirate on that front, just because Twitch revenue is so nebulous. Like last month I've made, I think, a third of what I made our average last year, right? And so like, partially because I took a 2-week break or something, but you don't have a set or standard income. Your income is dependent on what viewers give you, and if you have like, you know, sponsors and stuff like that. So it is hard to like make these sort of guarantees. Is he still a large creator? I mean, large is a bit of a nebulous concept, right? He's like a equivalent or analogous to like Denham's or Caroline or Mike, right? So they have money, but he's not where he was, right? Imagine going from like, you know, being a person making freaking $30,000 a month, right? Not even $30,000, like probably closer to like $60,000 to $80,000 a month, dropping down to maybe like close to like $15,000 to maybe $10,000 a month. In some cases, it's really bad. Like that is a crazy drop. If you are, you know what I mean? If you are like anticipating paying your like, okay, well, if I stay at like $80,000 a month, I can pay my mom this amount of money. You know what I mean? But like now you making like a fourth of that. Like that's rough. That is a rough thing. I don't know why I just kind of barked there a little bit. That's rough, you know? So I can I can understand a little bit like that dynamic, or like if he like downsized his mod team. But I don't necessarily think like you don't mistreat them, causing them all to quit or whatever. Like that's just not good. That's why he did have too many on his team. I think he probably did. Should have had a revenue share percent set for the mods and hired accordingly with some buffer. I mean, even then, like I don't think that would necessarily work. Because if you're at 14,000 viewers, you have like 20,000 or 30,000 subscribers. A revenue share for a mod, they can get like not necessarily used to, but the mods would be planning around getting or making like $50,000 like a year off of just modding on Twitch. But you know, if your numbers go down, then they go from making $50,000 to making maybe $10,000 a year, and that's something that like the mods have to like plan for. It's a hard discussion to get around. It's something that I think Boy I did think talked about on Twitch, where like even they were like, you know, in a few thousand viewers, and they couldn't afford to pay their mods either. Right? It is a difficult concept, and this is what also is like a hidden thing about like view botting that makes it so difficult that people don't think about, is that like it causes people who are have organic viewership to get paid less through like ads and sponsorships, which then trickles down to like being able to pay mods or not being able to pay mods as well. But if you viewbot your way to the top, then you get more viewership for sponsorships, you get more viewership for ads, or at least you get like positioned better to get real organic viewers, and then you're hurting the rest of the ecosystem in that regard. You know, receivers just don't pay mods, yeah, because it's a difficult thing. You know, to use the viewbot track extension, nah, I don't trust it. AFC endorsed Chris Rabb. Is that what district is that? I think I saw one of his clips from Ostenox. I did too. So AOC can endorse people. See, remember people were coming out talking crazy. PA3. For what I've seen, Chris Rabb is cool. I saw he had a good clip that I saw. But I remember literally yesterday, talking about Shortcut, people were like, no, AOC doesn't endorse people. No, she does endorse people when she wants. You know what I mean? So I think I think people can make a fair critique around AOC's endorsements. But I think this is a good endorsement. I remember his grandfather being MLK, reading about it. That's pretty cool. I think she doesn't want to endorse him. I agree. I also think she doesn't want to endorse him. But I think people are fair to be like, you know, to have a critique of it. And I don't think it's strategic. You know, Price off at all-time sub count was 80K. Now he's at 6K. Yeah, which is still pretty good. Like I've never touched past. I think I hit 2K at one point when I was doing Ethan Klein drama. And I think that's something that also frustrates me. It's kind of why I want to leave. And like, you know, do something else. Just like, I don't want my calling card to be like, I need to do drama in order to pay the bills, you know? Like, I'd rather just do like what we did today and stay at like, I don't know, whatever we're at, 700, than like what did Ethan Klein do today drama and getting to like, what's it called? You know, higher than that. 6K subs is like 15K a month? That's a question. Let's see. 6,000 times 6 times 0.7. $25,000 a month. Is 6K subs. That times 12. That's $300,000 just from. That's insane. I don't make that money. I do not make even close to that. Are you cutting a tree down or something? They're cutting grass out there for the neighbors.
When you had mental health day like AP stuff and
now imagine
basically.
Now imagine he was averaging at like 20,000 subs for like 2 years. That's 20,000 times 6 times 0.7. $84,000 a month times 12 is $1 million a year, right? And so going from making $1 million a year to making $300,000 a year, that is a big drop. $300,000 is still a very good, you know, wage to make in a year. But like, if you're like, okay, well, I make $1 million off of subs in a year, I can pay my 5 mods $50,000. That's a quarter of that. That's $250,000. And then you have $750,000 to play around with, right? Like you're probably fine. But if you have the same 5 mods paying the same, when you're making $300,000, you are left with like $50,000 yourself. So you go from having $750,000 left over after paying your mods to having $50,000 left over after paying your mods. That's the difference we're talking about here. You know what I mean? And so I can understand like things having to change in that regard. But like, if that's the case, then, you know, I don't know, don't mistreat your mods to force them to quit, I guess.
Fucks with your days off. Now this could just be them, you know, like, oh yeah, and then when shit hit the fan, like when you had to be out, something was going on. And down here, sorry, you have a reasonable take on stuff, Kronos. Clearly it's a problem. I almost want to believe that that has to do with the fact that I was, you know, giving him a bit of praise here recently with the I'm Fetus stuff. It sounded like he was pointing out the fact that there were a few, you know, pirate fans that were also, you know, being a little too intense, thinking that, you know, Fetus was directly targeting Pirate in some malicious way when he was doing the parody shit.
Who's Fetus? Who are we talking about? I'm not tapped in enough to the drama to know that.
I'm truly just speculating there. I have nothing to back it, but that's, you know, the best thing that I could come up with. It realistically is one of hundreds of other issues that they probably ran into, and it just happens to line up with also what happened recently. Next one up, this one comes along with a clip to show you guys, but they're chatting back and forth, and somebody sent in a Twitch link here from one of Pirate Software streams, and I'll play the clip here.
I wanted to ask, are the mods okay? Did you maybe lose the basement key? Notice they are less around. Just wanted to know. I don't mind if you won't explain. Was just wondering if everything is okay. Happy to be a part of this place.
1, entirely too long TTS message. 2, what game is he playing?
Keep on keeping up. Chat, remember to use bread and watch the new
Monroe's new pirate MMO. It's great. Looks fun, to be honest.
Noodles.
Do you think I should pour some, like, noodles down there? Like is there like a food that am I supposed to feed them?
Now that you've got that context, they follow up here saying, yep, plus did try to make it a joke so we can dodge it in a funny way. Am I supposed to feed them? ... He, at this point, had lost pretty much most of his mod team, if not all of them. Probably did the thing to Kronos. I think that's what led to all of the other mods also kind of dipping. And yeah, they weren't super stoked about it. Following it up, just seems like these people really prefer Kronos over Pirate Software at this point. Someone is, I'm assuming, messaging someone earlier. Kronos is not Pirate Software mod. Another individual says, Kronos, I'm sorry you have a community of people that prefer hanging out with you rather than Thor because you have a much chiller, cooler place with less drama that could have easily been avoided or reduced. So like as much as it is...
Oof, that's rough. Because it's true. Mutiny in the pirate community. Man, imagine being a streamer, a software development streamer named Pirate Software, who hates pirating, but gets his whole community pirated. That's rough, bro. That's rough.
Is just a good point. It's like, okay, you know, there's less drama over here, this community. It's interesting that they're making a point that there could have been less drama that was easily avoided or reduced, referencing that Pirate did not handle it well. And then somebody else down here, former mod, he has nobody to blame but himself. He sees enemies and then makes them his enemies. Sounds like, you know, describing how he was turning on, like, his mod team like Kronos. Sees Kronos as an enemy, makes him an enemy, even if that wasn't the case. Following up, though, we have something where it seems like they're chatting about a situation, or Kronos is talking about something that happened to him, and the other people are chatting, saying, when did that happen? Oh God. Just always shift on mood. Is never fun to deal with. Doing something based on somebody's mood that day, that must have sucked. I'm sorry you went through that. That's not okay. Yeah, right. He has no empathy. Again, assuming that they're talking about Pirate Software. And then the last screenshot that I have to show you guys are them chatting more so, starting with quote-unquote friend. This is the same person chatting in these two that I'm going to read back to back. They say, well, it used to be better than corporate, referring to their job working under Pirate Software. And then they said, that work environment didn't last very long. And then to jump back before that, someone else had said, friends, so long as you're super convenient. Person talking about how the work environment has changed says, Jesus Christ, man, I know, right? Followed up with, that was my problem with everything. He did very little to see things from any other perspective. Now, where have we heard that before? It is to some degree cathartic to see that the mod team was having the same issues, and now it kind of recontextualizes it that, like, yeah, maybe they weren't the biggest fans of the guy, but they were getting paid. Like, they were a part of that community for however long when it was good. So I don't necessarily blame them for noticing these things, being bothered by them, but still sticking around. It's like when you're doing it for a job and the boss is kind of an asshole, you just kind of put up with it. And then down here continuing, someone said same here, and following after that, and it was always this is what I did and why I did it, that's why it's fine. Which I'm pretty...
Okay, I think we got the point. Wait, there's another clip.
Makes you sound incredibly, incredibly arrogant.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Now, as it comes to a close, just the last thing to show you guys, as I am a man of my word, here are the photos from me trying to reach out to some of the mods to see if they were willing to have a comment on it. The most I got out of it was they don't wish to comment, also make better content. So I'm going to try to make the jump cuts feel a bit more natural with this one, out of respect for making a bit more quality content for you guys. And same thing with this bad boy. I gave a bit of information here. No thanks. You could just leave it alone, right? Of all the content to create, you chose this one. Now, look, were they kind of being stinky to me? Yeah. But from their point of view, I for sure deserve it. And I'm sure that they wanted to be...
Okay, I think we're done with this. That's a little bit of the pirate software stuff. Interesting. Also, there's another one, apparently, that came out at 18 hours ago.
He was right. Now, I am just as shocked as you, fellow terminally online individual, but I want to give a bit of context because it's going to be helpful for this one. Yesterday, I had posted a video, Pirate Software's mod team quit, and it has gone pretty viral. The information has been found to be interesting by the likes of people like Asmongold, who has also done a video covering it. And Asmongold, for what it's worth, he's covered a few of my videos in the past. He seems to be, pretty level-headed in terms of covering it. He does his whole thing. But most importantly, Asmongold appears to have a good level of knowledge, or at least the knowledge needed to look at the drama that we're talking about and understand it and be brought up to speed. The same cannot be said for world-renowned Rumble streamer Tectone. And because of world-famous Rumble streamer Tectone's,
Okay, it cancels out. I will take Tectone hate, and I will slightly ignore the Asmongold glaze, so long as we get enough Tectone hate.
lack of knowledge, it appears that he might now have to give 200 subs over to Pirate Software, as well as donate $10,000 to a charity of Pirate Software's choice. But of course, before we jump into that, shameless plug, we've got merch going on right now. It's the Double Down merch. We've also got these super slick Drama Frog mugs here with Quinker Nation, Go Milk Yourself. I'll have a link for the site where you can get all of this in my pinned comment, and right below that, I'll have a link to the Discord. If you're 18 and up, like to talk drama and games, we've had a ton of people recently join, so love to see you there. And if you like this content and want to see more of it, consider subscribing, even though YouTube's going to show you my videos regardless of that fact. And if you like this video, want it in front of more people, leave it a like, perchance a hype. It really helps out the channel. But truly, regardless of if you do any of that shit, thank you for watching. Now we're off to a great start. This is a cut down on Tectone's YouTube page from his legendary Rumble streams, where the title is Pirate Software leaked to DMs, it's bad. Obviously, number one, these are not leaked DMs. The only leaked DMs are the chats that I have with moderators. All of this was in a public Discord channel on Kronos' server. Now I thought maybe he just misunderstood that point, but it turns out that Tectone is not actually really a big fan of how I cover things, as I've made a video or two about him.
I don't care enough to hear what he's saying 1x speed anymore. We need to get through this quickly.
And I'm going to play just the first minute and a half of this video, and I think we're going to be on the same page as to what clearly went wrong here. Pirate Software's crew, more specifically his first mate, that being Kronos' head.
Now I will say, I take every Quintio video with a massive grain of salt, because I understand this is a man who's just trying to get a bag, and I respect that. But sometimes he really misses the point, and that's absolutely okay. That's where I come in.
Now that is
okay. I don't care about Tectone. Moving on. I'll watch this, and oh, goodness gracious. We were supposed to do the CNN article today, and nobody reminded me. We'll do it tomorrow. The Kalshi article? You're right. The Kalshi article. You're right.
This case is what kind of person would commit. Key question in this case is what kind of person would commit murder and then upload the footage to Reddit in 4K resolution, no less.
Very good, Kronk.
The detectives thus far had no leads. It could be anyone in the town of Michigan or the whole world, for that matter. Oh, wow! But it turns out the man who committed these crimes was right under their noses the whole time. He was the man they least suspected. That's right. The brother.
Oh, right. The poison for Kus.
After detectives confronted him, he reacted nonchalantly.
It's funny. It's just like millennials use a bunch of outdated memes in their videos.
For her. But then he became violent.
No, God!
In Mark Nunes' journal article, Jean Baudrillard in Cyberspace, Internet...
is, he's not saying that Mike is anti-black. Wasn't he on the stream with FD? Or did a video with FD recently? Why? What is it for his coverage of the FD video? Okay, so he's live now? How do y'all find this information, bro? What do y'all be doing when I'm not offline? It feels like you're like, okay, Shaw's not here anymore. Time to go find something else to talk about. What else? What is the other drama? What's going on right now? There, because I am curious. Here, watch this.
Virtuality and postmodernity. Nunes writes, Internet, both as a technological artifact and as a popular image, provides a site for exploring the world in the position of such systems of totality in postmodernity. In other words, the vibes are not good. He goes on to explain, for Baudrillard, the shift from
the Mike video thing. You aren't in the Milkman Andromeda Discord, you're right.
Real to the hyper-real occurred. He became violent.
No, God!
In Mark Nunes' journal article, Jean Baudrillard in Cyberspace, Internet, Virtuality, and Postmodernity, Nunes writes, Internet, both as a technological artifact and as a popular...
Okay. This is just coming at me specifically, indirectly. I did exactly this in my commodification video.
Image provides a site for exploring the world in the position of such systems of totality in postmodernity. In other words, the vibes are not good.
iMovie, like transitions, hilarious.
He goes on to explain, for Baudrillard, the shift from the real to the hyper-real occurs when representation gives way to simulation. One could argue that we are standing at the brink of such a moment, marked primarily by the emerging presence of a virtual world. Small tangent, I went out last week to a coffee place with my friends. This was downtown LA, so like far from civilization. But when I bit into my everything bagel, I was reminded by Everything Everywhere All at Once and how the taste and smell of the bagel stimulated a subconscious desire to watch that movie again. Anyways, so where does this leave us? 9/11.
True. True. That's funny. That made me laugh. That was enjoyable. That was funny. Oh, right. Cheddar did send me this, which was apparently
racism has always undermined
update of Mike's coverage of the FD video. Which I mean, like, if we want to get into it, we can get into it tomorrow. But like, you know, there'll be 4 other things on the list of things to talk about. So. I didn't even know he was on Twitter. But he doesn't follow me, which kind of reeks of racism. I'll follow him first, though. Now watching Michael, for those of you who are wondering if they addressed it, no, the terrorist attack on September 11, 2001 are not mentioned at all. The movie ends in 1988. Dang. Should have known. Should have known they didn't have the cojones to get into it. Anyway, thank you for watching, though. I will say, before I leave, we are technically 4 subs away from 750, which would lead us to 3/4 of the way to 1,000. So, if you have a Prime subscription and you want to use it on me here right now, don't make me juice the ads again, because I will. Well, Prime subscriptions are free if you have an Amazon Prime account. So. I
was about to go get the Henny.
Yo, 80K, thank you for the 4 gifted subs. And Light, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I guess no primers is necessary. You got out free non-subs. You got out free for now. So
I live like a capitalist every single day, Jake. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live what I pay.
Sonya Blaze just unfortunate that I'm gonna have to leave you with an empty hype train. You're gonna ever get that Henny? Maybe one day.
Something gifted a tier 1 sub to Nightinghawk. They have given 54 gift subs
here.
in the channel.
Anyway, that kind of covers what I wanted to cover. Do you want to see the new Warhammer figure that I was painting yesterday? I haven't started painting yet. I just primed it, but it's pretty interesting. Where's Dog? Dog outside or downstairs with my father. Hold on, okay, I gotta find it. I have to carry it up here too. Hold on, BRB. Watch this while I go. Miss Noobs, that they able to get this sub as well.
Star gifted a tier 1 sub to grow with Nalani.
I was born to be and I know that's Johnny. Look at me speeding with the spotlight. Catch me if you can. Watch me glitter like a galaxy. Every smile I bring to you. There's sparkle in my flow, untouchable. Cause you know I'm the one. My rhythm hit the beat, colute, voice so divine. Jewel perfection. Is this for real? Open your mind. Hey! Feel the disharmony. I know how it feels. My new song's out. Hope you like it.
Look alive! Another incident.
Pause. Okay. Hold on. You ready, chat? Hold on. Oh, my finger. My finger. I was playing Universe 2 so I can prepare for myself for this. Universe 2 is my most played game of all time, I think. Right up there with Ark Survival Evolved. Ow. Okay, here it is. This took me so long. Look. It's black because it's been primed. I had to figure out what to paint it now. Also, you want to know a secret? It's entirely 3D printed. That's why it took me so long to make. I had to print every single piece of this. Every single piece. Multiple times. Because you know how much you know how much this costs official? FDM resin? Resin, of course. You wouldn't download a 40K pretty with the pay, would you? True. What would you think? You wouldn't do put a car, would you? You know I would. Here. Here. $194. And then hold on. Oh, it's this one. That was your Flash Forge? No, my Flash Forge cannot handle this. I did it with the Elegoo Saturn 3. But do you see this resemblance? It's uncanny. I didn't think so. Yeah, you can't get this kind of detail with the Flash Forge, unfortunately. How long did it take? 3 days. And a bunch of failed prints as well. Just like... What really killed me the most was... There's a lot that went into this. That was a problem. It was just like... Sometimes I would like... If the print would fail, I'm like, okay, that's fine. I just reprint it, right? And then it would be like, okay, you know, the print succeeded. I take it off of the build plate. I take off the supports. And then I'm like, this support's kind of stuck on here. And I rip it in half. And it's like, it's rough. It's rough. Usually auto or manual supports on the Saturn. Auto. That's what side cutters are for. Lame, boring. Even if I rip it off my fingers. Usually for most, because most of these parts are small, getting, if you're doing auto supports for like light supports are probably fine. But the issue is when it's a big piece, light supports cannot handle the piece as it lifts up. And so it comes off the build plate and it leads to failures. It's a whole bunch of stuff. It's a whole lot of stuff. But it is done now. What I probably should have done is I should have sanded some of these lines. But like I think it's gonna be probably pretty difficult to tell with the paint on anyway. Now I just have to figure out what color scheme I want. I don't want to mess it up. So this is gonna be the last thing I print. Or the last thing I paint. It was cool though. If I'm going to use PLA, I didn't use PLA. I used resin. Just standard 8K resin. So you can just rip supports off with FDM because the plastic isn't, it's fully cooled and you rip your supports, but the resin isn't fully cured until you throw it in the curing station. Yeah, but if you leave it in the wash for like 5 minutes for a smaller piece, it kind of just pops off as long as you make the contact points very small. It works. It works. Guess how much this costs to print? Not including the cost of the printer. Just with like the resin and stuff. Let's say if I buy a resin printer one day. I mean, you can buy one for like $50 used. Do you have a favorite bug? No, not particularly. It cost, including the failures that I've had, probably around like $20 just for the resin and then the time invested. But like not counting the failure because each, it costs technically 5 build plates. I have everything in the same project on Cheetah Box. So it's 5 build plates worth of stuff. And each build plate costs like around, I think, either from 50 cents to about like $1.50. So actually close to like probably $7 to $10 without the failures and stuff. Counting or not counting build plate violence. What printer do you have? I have 2. I have a Flash Forge 3, which is over there, which is an FDM printer, which I don't use. And then I have a Elegoo Saturn 3 Ultra, which has its own issues. But it works. It works. Yeah, this is my little buddy. Maybe I'll do a painting stream next stream on my second channel. Y'all can see me paint this giant guy. It looks so much better now that it's black. Not anything racial. You give it a buddy? Well, technically for the because right now I'm building a who is like Nyx. I mean, I guess technically you could technically proxy a Space Wolf to look like a dog. I can see you do that, but I don't have a Space Wolf army. I'm building a I say a Death Watch army, but like it's just a random Space Marine army. I just have to paint it Death Watch like. And the head moves. See? It's supposed to move. Yeah. Part 2 of the Floating Ideas video is out now. We had part 2 already. It's right here. Right? Did he make it public? Because he put it in a listed video.
Welcome to the Beast Games Core.
Oh yeah, I guess he made it public. We had it from yesterday. How'd you get it unlisted? He linked to it in the video itself. It's kind of cool to see how varied uses everyone has for 3D printers, mini makers for Warhammer, other tabletops like D&D, prototypes, products, DIYers, cosplayer, props, replicas. Yeah. My next goal is I want to print a cosplay for DreamCon. Maybe that would be next stream as well. Chat help me decide what I cosplay at DreamCon. I can print a Power Rangers like helmet. I think it'd be cool to have. Also, I have printed some other stuff too. Hold on, let me see if I can grab it under my bed. Ugh. Look. Ugh. I printed this on my FDM printer. Ugh. This is like a little holder thing. It's kind of curved because it didn't print very well, but and then these are like little things for D&D. It says like restrained. You put it around the character. One says weakened. To like mark what characters are, and these have numbers on them to mark initiative. I've only used them twice because I've only played D&D in person twice. Because my friends like to abandon me. But oh, I also have, hold on, there's more stuff here. I have a lot of stuff on my bed. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. I printed this dragon. I printed this little knight dude. See? And a bunch of other stuff in this bag. Ooh, I printed this wolf. There's some goblins in here, some more wolves. Wait, did I cure this with the freaking supports on? Yeah, this supports ain't coming off. It's a little bugbear. It gets pretty detailed. Like, resin printing is pretty sick. I will say it is more brittle than like the injection molding that Games Workshop uses for their things. But it's pretty freaking sick and awesome. Anyway, that's it. That's the nerd stuff for today. I'm gonna go. I guess I'll give schooling update. I'm waiting on them to give me my email so that I can log in, so that I can check what my classes are, so that I can pick what classes I want to take for my first year, so that I can then plan around how I'm going to pay for it. But yeah. I have an entire prop of replication project that are on pause, like around the resin printing my clear parts I need for them. Assembly job would help. Assembly job will help. I'm waiting to hear back from that. So my I think I'll list it like this. I would say number 1, it would be cool to have the summer lead job. Number 2, it would be sick to have an assistantship that lets me teach while being in school. And then number 3, I'll just keep streaming. That's my lowest option. You applied? I did apply. I hope they received my application. They haven't gotten back to me with the confirmation, so I guess I can check and see if the job is still up. Hold on. That's gonna be my barometer to see if somebody else has already gotten it. If the job is still up or not. It is still up. Let me make sure I email the right people. Huh, well. I said on my computer. I'll check my computer. Anyway. Well, thank you all for watching. I have to use the bathroom really pretty badly. I missed the news that they can really get this up as well. I don't know if I missed that. But yeah. That is it from me. I believe. Any final thoughts? Oh wait,